I'm
Good
wearing
morning.
Rob's outfit.
Yes, you are. Looks cool. All right, good morning. I'm here. Sound check really quick, if you don't mind, madam. Is working? Yay! All right, cool. Hey, we're here. We're gonna do one little thing with the Weaver, and then we're gonna start on plot because I think that's. Oh wait, no, I got Okay, we'll get the Weaver. We'll get the two jobs that do need a little bit of leveling, and then we'll start the actual plot. So actually, while I'm here, let's get those. Because I forgot that Summoner and Scholar actually did level up. I freaking love this outfit on this Summoner. I'm actually going to glamour this whenever I'm done with it. This is a really cool outfit. It's not at all Pieter, but it's cool, so I'm going to be glamoring it. All right. So, a matter of fact, it's up here at. Actually, I'm heading the wrong direction. Hey, Callisto logged in. Well, the computer acknowledged that you exist, so I'm going to acknowledge that you exist. All right. So this is an outfit that I believe I got from World of Darkness, and I adore it. It is so cool looking. Nothing like anything Pieter would wear, but so cool. Greetings, Pieter. Since last we met, the arduous task of deciphering those tombstones has occupied my every waking moment. I have made significant progress, but the cause of the ritual's failure yet eludes me. I'm somewhat heartened, however, by my discovery of a number of new incantations. In fact, there is one spell that I... In fact, there's one spell I believe you could soon master with a minimum of instruction.
Pray forgive the interruption. You are the leaders of the research effort in summoning magic, yes? I am Captain Dancing Wolf of the Immortal Flames. It's fortunate that I find you together, as I have questions for you both.
And what would the Immortal Flames want with us, Captain Wolf? Does Uldar's military have some vested interest in the activities of summoners?
Just one summoner in particular, madam. We seek a man by the name of Tristan. Then you do know him. I've read reports that you put in pursuit of a former soldier, but I always like to have confirmation of our intelligence. The Immortal Flames has its own reasons for wanting Tristan found. If you have any knowledge or idea of his whereabouts, then I must know what you know.
Yeah, we kind of killed him.
He kind of was asking for it, if I'm being honest.
Sorry, it's the wrong voice.
He was kind of asking for it, if I'm being honest. There we go. So Tristan mastered summoning magics against yours, was ultimately consumed in fire. Well, he certainly perished.
Have we given you reason to suspect otherwise?
I do not doubt the veracity of your tale, but there's been an incident. A merchant caravan was recently attacked by a man who, by the description given, closely resembles Tristan in appearance. Should we allow the crime of a former immortal flame to go unanswered, then the integrity of the entire organization will be called into question. I will find him and see that justice is served.
We looked on as Tristan was engulfed in flames, not remained, not even a charred corpse. We believed him utterly consumed. Could he have somehow survived that inferno? If he is alive, then he will unwittingly permitted the escape of a known pawn of the Paracults. Oh, Captain Wolf, you must allow us to accompany you in your investigation.
No. Your combined expertise in the summoning arts is most welcome, Lady Anitra. The attack occurred on one of the roads out of Camp Drybone. Join me at the settlement proper, and we can continue the search for witnesses. Oh, you stopped talking, the rain stopped. That's kind of cool, actually. I like that.
You brought the rain with him?
Yes. All right. Get this one also. Okay. That's one of the things I really like about, having the weather in cutscenes, is that you'll have stuff like that happen, or the sun will set, or, that kind of stuff. It's cool. I like it.
We've divined the location of the Grand Keystone, my friend. It lies in the ruins to the east. The credit for the find truly lies with Alpha Zoka. His knowledge of Nim is impressive. It was not long into our discussion of the stone's whereabouts that we were able to piece together where it must be. As you can imagine, he could not contain his curiosity. Even now, he's combing through the ruins. Please, see that he comes to no harm. We've often left guardians to watch our most precious assets. I am told Alcazocco this, that he firmly believes the enchantments are born thin. I am less sure. Be careful when you take the Grand Keystone.
Is our buddy Marauder going to turn into a Tonberry? I'm concerned for him.
Hey there, Uncle Zoka. How you doing? Peter, you've arrived in time. I believe our prize is just yonder. And I trust Cerrito Garito mentioned the Guardians. I have my doubts they're still guarding the prize, but better safe than sorry. Should any awaken in our presence, we'll reduce them to rubble.
Let's summon Eos. I'm not as confident as you are, sir.
Keep your wits about you, Peter. Ah. Ah. A guardian. Well, we've dug up much of Nim's past. Maybe it's time we put a piece of it to rest.
We can do that.
Sure, it's Soulstone. It cannot move if you do. Now that it's paralyzed, keep attacking. Ha! It's no match for us.
Zolka, I wish you wouldn't try to die so much, sir.
Get us some disgust.
Oof. It's weird these things can re-grow their soul crystals, but yeah, whatever. Pretty stunned. Got him. Duty complete.
Ha! What a team we make. No foe can stand against the Scholar and the Marauder, especially when the Scholar can fight without the Marauder. The Grand Keystone is ours. Cerrito will no doubt be happy to get his hands on it.
You are safe. Thank the gods. And the Grand Keystone.
Here it is. Here you go.
Well done, you two. With this, I can cast a sealing enchantment over those, my people, suffering the most. Over those of my people that are suffering the most.
I'm so glad to hear it.
Soon, the worst afflicted will be at peace once more, safely segregated from the others. But this is only the first step. I'll need to learn the cause of the sickness before seeing my people cured.
You're not alone in this, Cerrito Corrido. We three shall see an end to this blight.
Thank you, Uncle Zolta. Pieter, I'm proud to have you both at my side. Pieter, it is time you learned a new spell for giving succor to your comrades in arms. Indomitability. Once, it was the sole province of high-ranking scholars. May it serve you well henceforth.
All right. Like that. Indomitability. So what the crap is that? Okay, it's just a heal all thing. Yeah, Art of War is kind of crap. I'm not worried about that one so much. We'll do that one. His Whispering Dawn needs to go here. Oh, Broil is a version of Ruin. Interesting. So I was told Ruin is the better spell. 150, 140. No, you know what? I disagree. That's close enough to the full strength and much faster. That's better. Okay, so we did Scholar. Summon their time. The Camp Tribal. Luck will most give us this side stuff done by 7.
Pieter. As we are now cooperating in this investigation, I see no reason not to trust you with some of its duties. Let's split up and find out what these merchants know.
Yeah, we can do that.
First, I need my carb.
I also love my grand company is like, hey, free minions, whoever wants them. I love this dwarf rabbit so much. That is such a great minion for Pieter. It is.
Aye, now that you mention it, they did just cart the body of a merchant. Such things are hardly noteworthy around here, though, as such I fail to take notes. To be honest, everyone's dying. I can't really notice when one person dies. Who really cares, anyway?
A friend of mine survived the assault. He said he even caught a glimpse of the villain's twisted face. I'm certain he would tell you more if he had not left the camp the moment his injuries were bound.
An attack out on the road?
Sorry, the attack out on the road. I heard the man who did it was swathed in a robe as black as midnight. One of Ifrit's tempered, I should think. Well, one guy saw him out on the road.
So we have one merchant left alive to tell a tale. According to my inquiries, our intrepid trader was likely be en route to Highbridge. We may yet catch him on the road if we're swift.
about this very fast guy right here. The assaulted porter. That doesn't sound good.
I heard a bunch of war cries. Are you unhurt, sir?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Well, aside from the injuries I sustained from a previous incident, I suppose. First the caravan, now this. Must thou be so eager to usher me into his hall?
It's concerning the assault on your caravan that we endeavor to see you out, sir. Is there aught you can tell us of the attacker?
Aye, I should be glad to see him brought to justice, though I did not see his face in any great detail. Concealed as it was in the depths of a black cowl, I did glimpse a lock of silvery hair. By his stature I marked him a Hyrien stock, and by his fiery servant, hell-spawn demon in disguise.
A fiery servant? It.
The fire servant look like this? Dressed like me?
Those balls, that's the one. Where do you people find these things?
The villain was commanded XIV, and we know the affinity Tristan has for primal flame.
Aye, all the evidence is pointing toward our man. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. You've been a great help to the investigation.
I'll think nothing of it. Consider it poor recompense for my rescue at the hands of this gallant adventurer. Whatever, I'm out of here.
I must report these developments to my superiors at the Hall of Flames. Pray, join me in Old Da. There's more I would discuss with you.
All right. All right.
You know Tristan's older brother, Kahedin? Both were soldiers in service to the Immortal Flames. Both were soldiers under my command. Our unit was one of the many deployed to the mission to destroy the Primal Ifrit, an operation that succeeded at a staggering cost. Those who were not incinerated were tempered, with Kahedin suffering the later fate. As you well know, the Primal's power is fueled by the faith of his thralls, and the greatest mercy we can grant such unfortunates is a swift journey to Thal's hallowed halls. Tristan volunteered to end the cursed existence of his own brother. He returned to Ul'dah with Kahedin's blood on his blade, and I watched helpless as the guilt slowly strangled the life in his eyes. No words of comfort could reach him. When he at last quit the flames, he was a husk of the man he once was. Never did I imagine his grief-maddened mind would drive him to such desperate evils. Tristan was my soldier. It was my responsibility to stop him. And thanks to your aid, we have mounting proof that he's still out there. When we are ready, we shall make our move.
We are content to follow your lead in this, Captain Wolf, and we should certainly be fully prepared if we are to meet the Dark Summoner in battle. To that end, Theatre, I would teach you one of the incantations I gleaned from those repositories of elegant wisdom. 'Tis a spell of damaging magic, employed in combat by the summoners of Eld. Let us call upon Captain Wolf once again. You have mastered... once again? Let us call on Captain Wolf again, once you have mastered its use. It would not do to engage Tristan while stumbling over unfamiliar magics.
Yeah, I guess.
Huzzah! Energy siphon. What is? Okay, so it's like a better version of energy drain. Actually, you know what? I'm going to cast this right there. Okay. So, we've got our stuff all leveled. Now we need Weaver. Head to the Crystarium. We'll turn this stuff in, and we will continue main plot. Satsu. Yeah, there's Fiona. To simply behold the barding, one would love the one can sense the love the Zune bear for Amaro. We'll do that love justice, you and I. Let me know when you have the repair material for me. Only level 75 or higher can do these deliveries. Goodness, this is exemplary work. In this material alone, you can see all the marks of a first-rate artisan. And small wonder, seeing as you made it. I will see to it my restoration lives up to its quality. Happily accepts the delivery. Four days later. Oh, Father. Is that you? I forgot you heard any of that. Oh, damn. It's done, Peter. This is one of my hardest tasks to date, and the Amaro barding is restored. In the course of using your material, I noticed the little details, the techniques you employ to alleviate the burden on the beasts. Such a thing could never have occurred to me. It reminds me how much I still have to learn. Now, we mustn't keep our client waiting. I'll be back soon. So this has become something of a regularity, but our client wants to thank you himself. May I introduce to you Sven? Go on by.
The owner's most effusive of our praise of you, Peter, and I simply had to put a face to the name. Thank you for your part in restoring the barding. Allow me to introduce the fine beast who will wear it. Bloop. Amaro detected. Proximity too close to comfort. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. As you may know, we Zul once lived as nomads. In that hard time, Amaro contributed as much as any man to our collective survival, and we regarded them as family, raising them as we would our own children. Sadly, many were lost to the flood, and to this day we lament our failure to save them. The barding you restored is an honored artifact. Since ancient times, it's been tradition to bestow it upon the finest Amaro and its handler each turning of the seasons.
I loved that the Amaro just bowed. That was awesome.
I thought it was stretching, but yeah, I bowed.
It is our sole connection to our old way of life. By restoring it, you have preserved an important part of our history and of our identity. I understand there are those who disapprove of what you do, but know that you have the complete and unequivocal approval of Weezun. On behalf of my people, I thank you.
There truly is no limit to the sentimental value an item can hold. I'm glad that we could be of service to the Zone. Me too. And while it gives me heart to give their support, as Sven says, not everyone shares the sentiment. Oswald, not least of all.
Bloop.
A feathered reptile, Amaro, are known to spray water from their nostrils. Bloop. Water and nodes do not mix.
Oh, so it was personally going to get sprayed.
Yep. We've delivered the requested items. Esteem level increased. I am now a custodian of cherished memories. A new quest continuing the story of the cherished memories is now available. Upon its completion, the Crystarium deliveries list for Theona will be updated.
Whatever shall I do? Oh, how long have you been standing there? I was so deep in thought I did not notice you. You see, I've been pondering whether to speak with you about Oswald. That you should appear at this moment is a sign. Please, hear me. Sure, why not? As you know, Oswald and I are orphans taken in by Master Hirak. We are close friends, playing and arguing with one another in turn, and together we trained as artisans. But all that changed when Master Hirak disappeared. Young as we were then, we weren't told what had become of him, but it's more than likely that, like so many others, he was taken and slain by a sin-eater. From that time on, Oswald and I drifted apart. Eventually, we stopped speaking entirely. It was only when I announced my intention to open my shop that he had words for me, and they were none too kind. You don't understand anything, he spat out angrily. Well, he is right in one regard. I don't understand why he detests my work. It goes beyond mere disapproval. He made it personal, and as if I've done anything to offend him. This would not be a problem, except Oswald holds considerable influence at the Inn. A bad word from him, and we would get no more custom. Sooner or later, I'll have to settle our differences, but the mere anticipation of it is nerve-wracking. What I would not give for a stiff drink.
Bloop. Command received. Instructions to Theona. Proceed to Wandering Stairs.
I beg your pardon? Oh no. Nobody's going to summon Owl. Well, seems it's going to be sooner than later. Piotr, might I ask you to join me in the Wandering Stairs? I could use the support.
Very
Does that
beautiful
node
music.
have like artificial intelligence?
Yes. We've met several. And yes, artificial intelligence, that is to say, not real intelligence.
But they behave as if they're sentient.
they try.
Especially with the self-preservation.
Right. I like the music of this place. It's very beautiful.
Howell isn't here yet. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't come at all.
It is. Theona, so you're the urgent business I had to drop everything for. Affirmative. Theona has a score to settle with you. What was that?
No, nothing. No, be quiet now, naughty. You're a very naughty thing.
Force shutdown initiated. There's something I need to ask you all. Make it quick. Unlike you, I have responsibilities. All right. Not everyone agrees with what I do. I understand that. But what I don't understand is why you're so angry with me. You called me here just to ask me that? Urgent business indeed. How easy life must be when your days are filled with play. What we do, isn't play. We restore items that hold sentimental value for the people of Crystarium. Listen well. Thanks to the efforts of our ancestors, we've come to enjoy a semblance of normal life. But shortages are a daily reality, still. Shortages you do nothing to alleviate. In the time it took you to restore a single decrepit set of Amaro Barney, I could have crafted a dozen new ones. With Master Harrod gone, it falls on me to prop up the mean. It falls on me because Master had to go to satisfy some vain obsession, and you have to take after it. Bloop. Notes restart complete. Bloop. Resuming suspended operations. Owl not detected. Shall I fetch him? No, Natty. Leave him be. I'm sorry you had to witness that, Pietro. Oh, he didn't used to be that way. Well, I believe in what we do. I cannot deny there are some truth to his words. But we'll have to satisfy us an obsession. The day Master Herrick disappeared, we had ventured out to procure materials. The item he was seeking to restore was... Pietro, I hate to involve you in my personal dilemmas, but I need your help. Can I rely on you? Always. I'm truly grateful. Let's return to the Crystalline Mean. I'll explain everything there. There we go. Papatos au gratin obtained. If cherished memories is to survive, we must do something to stem Alwell's criticism. He has already done damage to our reputation, judging by the recent decline in business. We must win him over somehow. Convince him that cherished memories is a serious venture. Make him see the true worth of restoration. With regards to the latter, I have an idea. It's an item which, if restored, is bound to strum on Alwell's heartstrings. But I'm at a loss as to how we might show him that we mean business. Ignore the criticism. Let our work speak for us. Not that we could, but Alwell holds too much influence. We have to do something to make him change his mind about us. Prove the workshop's appearance? Now that you mention it, our workshop does not have much to draw the eye. Perhaps there is something to be said, looking the part. In order to advertise your presence, shops commonly make use of signage. At present, Cherished Memories has none. Of course, a sign! Why didn't I think of that? Pietro, would you be willing to fashion a sign for our workshop? In light of all that you've given us, it seems only right that you have the honor. Sure, I can do that. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see the finished product. Oh, and if you run out of materials, Nadia will furnish you with more. Synthesize a workshop sign.
Yeah, got it. How far is work on the sign? I can't wait to see it. Here you go. Should be a good sign. Blessed night, what a magnificent sign this is. It incorporates all the techniques of restoration work, a perfect representation of who we are. From the design to the details, everything about it is just wonderful. Not only will this sign attract customers, it'll serve to remind me of my goal to emulate your skills. I can't thank you enough for this. So with that, we can finally show Owl we mean business. I'll see to hanging the sign up as soon as possible. It's bound to be the envy of the other artisans. All that remains then is to impress upon Owl the true worth of restoration, on which front there's something I would show you. This lute was a gift from the Exarch to Master Herrick. Since he left us, he has laid there, broken and silent. Apparently this was an enchanted instrument whose power has long faded, but its tone is no less beautiful for it. The master would often play this lute at the tavern, and Olwell and I would go and listen. Seeing how keen we were, he often gave us lessons. We loved the rich and soothing sound, and we weren't alone. Whenever Master Herrick played, the tavern was always full. No matter how rowdy the patrons were, as soon as the first chord was strummed, the hush would fall over the place. The music resonated with them, filling their hearts with peace in both good times and in bad. Bloop. Following Herrick's disappearance, however, the lute has been gathering dust. Well, not because no one could restore it properly, but that's because no one could restore it properly, save the master himself. The instrument demands consummate skill. Back then it was completely beyond me. Even now I don't feel equal to the task. But I must try. Master would not want to see Owl and I quarreling. No, he'd want us to join hands and serve the Crystarium and other people. And it does for me. The lute does hold fond memories for Owl. By restoring it, I hope we could reach out to him. Piotr, this time it's a personal request. I need your help to make this lute sing once more. Sure, I can do it. Thank you. It gives me a heart to have your support. I'll make ready for the restoration and let you know what I require. We picked up a lot of crystals. This was available from Theona upon reaching level 78 as a carpenter, leatherworker, or weaver. All right. Well, I do believe it is time for us to actually get on with the story. Just dance. It'll be okay. Do do do. Just keep checking. If it changes color, okay, that's enough. And if it doesn't change color, oh, I guess that was it. It was done already.
I'll wait until I'll wait until 8.
It should be done charging by 8. You've returned. I hope she did not prove too troublesome. So even a warrior such as you can be convinced to say a humble prayer. Perhaps there is power in her conviction after all. Very well. I too shall pray with the goddess keeps you in good health. Huzzah. I do enjoy like the throwback to Final Fantasy XII with this place. This is very... It brings me joy. Okay. I did.
And I was like, I don't know this place. Like, yeah, I'm a little ahead of you. Returned at last. One of my companions has already commented on your generous deed. She scolded me, as is her nature. However, under her wrath was joy, plain as day. Allow me to thank you again for giving my companions an experience they will not soon forget. I'm glad I could help you. How goes the hunt? Do you have the ingredients? Oh yeah, here's the dough meat and the blood. I knew you were up to the challenge. God bless the day I met an ally of Ronka. Now, this meal is no ordinary one. I'm preparing it for my companions who were wounded while patrolling the Greatwood. It's meant to help the body mend. For that I needed the lifeblood and flesh of a beast most savage. It's a wonder I overlooked such ingredients in the first place. And nevertheless, I thank you for your help. We shall toast in your honor. Cool, I'm glad. Welcome back. How was it? Meals of regret is where many of us who yearn for the outside world have made a choice. A choice between their homes or their dreams. A close friend of mine chose the latter long ago. I wonder if she too stood on the riverbank with tears in her eyes as Muriel did. However, even if those dear of us are no longer here, our memories of them will never fade. We set our flowers upon the waters to remind ourselves of that. If ever we encounter a Vias from from Fano, pray, share your own story with them. The adventurous heart that led them to you would enjoy nothing more. Yeah, I didn't exactly go looking for adventure. It was thrust upon me a little bit. But I do help people. That's what I was after. I'm being attacked by a blue deer. Oh. Alright, well, I'm able to escape this one. Hey there, Hunter. What's up? Shh, we must be quiet. Look over there in the brush. A pair of afflicted does seeks for refuge, but they cannot escape their fate. I shall draw them out. You do the rest. My tribe generally ate plants. We didn't eat creatures. I've learned how to kill creatures for the others. I do find it funny whenever people confuse the different tribes of the era, though. Yeah, they do need my bird. Dancing alone just doesn't quite work the same.
What skill? Truly, you are worthy of the title. I only said your prey was weakened to embolden you, but it appears that was unnecessary. Well then, let us proceed. You've proven your mettle, so it would be best for us to patrol separate routes from now on. We'll capture the area near the Wild Fit, and I shall depart for the Morning Stars. Once you've finished, meet back here. Be safe. Okay, so fight training. Well, there's things in the woods. Oh yeah, that's kind of how woods work. Oh no, really? Really? What? Oh, you frightened me. Forgive me. In my panic, I mistook you for one of the Tartores. More importantly, why are you here? I was asked to save you. I see. Well, sister will be most disappointed to hear this. Would you accompany, please? Perhaps she'll be more forgiving in your presence. In a bit. I got some other stuff I gotta get done first. Gotta give these people their clothes. Apparently they're fighting without clothes, which I imagine is probably very difficult. Oh, what a sight. It's not often we see so vaunted heroes yourself in the remote area. What do you need from me? I have her clothing. Oh, a new attire. Wonderful. Indeed, the fabric and design are everything he made them out to be. This will aid us greatly. The leather is made from the skin of rails. It's unsurpassed in quality. They are bestowed upon us all who come of age and complete the rites. The particulars of said rites, well, just save that for another time, lest I give you nightmares. An outsider come from the village. How did you... Here's some raiments. Oh, Heyman spoke of you. An L.A. Ronka, yes? Welcome to Bullrest. This outpost serves dual purposes. Here we keep watch for any who would intrude into our home, and also for beasts who would feed it. We must stay ever alert, so that our arrows strike true. Yep, I imagine so. I've done this job before. I'm not expecting L.A. Ronka to come to Bullrest. What brings you here? These raiments? Well, of course, Heyman said someone would be delivering these to us. They are made specially for archers, and will not impede our movements as different material does. Every so often, invaders will come clad in steel head to toe. However, their overconfidence makes them blind. Every defense has an opening, and that's where we take aim. Let's try to put this down here. All right. Look, it's a cute arrowhead.
arrow pierces the hide of the carousel. It appears to have fallen in a single shot. I do love the blue flower road. I especially like it because it would make it obvious when there are intruders. It makes you want to walk on it, which then makes it much easier to see signs of travel. So that's cool. You returned already. I take it your patrol was as uneventful as mine. Yeah, generally. What? A single arrow? Impossible. Can it be? Did you hear that? From deep in the woods, someone is crying out for help. She may be in danger. We must help her. Look at that area I just explored. As we feared, she was attacked. Luckily, a watcher struck down her aggressor before she came to any serious harm. An uncommon occurrence, but it is not unheard of to see one when they're hunting. Doubtless a carousel you sighted was his doing as well. He must have fled into the wood when you arrived. At any rate, we must treat her. Let us return to Fanal. Okay. Whew. Don't actually want you to go to sleep. That's the problem. Okay, we'll make this delivery and then head back to the Vieira. into the area of town. That's a giggling girl. Sharp-witted girl. Blooming girl. They're gonna make me look at each of them. That blooming girl has pigtails on. A pair of earrings. Just happened I lost my own when I was in the woods some time ago. You did. You found them. And the lily bell's a masterful touch. The Views asked you to do this. I suppose it didn't mean me any harm after all. It is Master Matoya said. They uphold their duty to the wood's sacred protectors with grave severity. They only reacted as they should have. Please give this ring to the one who sent you. Tell her I apologize for my rudeness. I'll be more careful when I go into the woods next. Whew. Hey there, Mammoth. You have returned. Did you find the girl? I did, and here's the wooden ring she gave me in return. I see. She is kind as well as wise. I shall hang this ring from my neck as a keepsake to remind me of her. You have my gratitude for everything you have done. I'll turn this one in. Unless you have kept one for yourself, I see your deliveries are complete. Thank you. Although I told them you were coming, I imagine it was an entirely different thing to actually speak with you. I shall not be long until you're accepted as one of our own. It shall not be long until you're accepted as one of our own. May we work together again, Ally Veronica. Cool. Words fail to express the joy I feel. See her safe. Thank you. I failed you, sister. If not for him, beasts of the wood would have surely devoured me. You were not ready to hunt alone. There's no shame in that. The failure lies with me. My poor judgment put you in danger, but you'll be ready next time. I'll see to it personally. And thank you, sister. And thank you as well. When next we meet, perhaps I will be saving you. Yeah.
We can only hope, right? Keep forgetting that I can do Peloton. Did I not talk to the Emerald Keep? I already thought I did that. Oh well. I have a mire for hire if you're interested. Actually, before I forget, let me add your name to the register. That was quite eventful for a first patrol. To think that you would meet one of the Woods Watchers. Perhaps meet is not the right word. If only I could have introduced you as one of Ronka's allies. Alas, it seems our guardian has other plans. The day was far from a disappointment, however. With your help, we were able to guide a wounded ally to safety. You're welcome to join me again, anytime you wish. Whoa. Order the provisions and meals for grabs. Forest echoes, which are wooden bombs. Very different. You came. Thank you. You brought the provisions then? There's some hand-baked bread for you. Oh, I never tire of this bread. Smells like home. No, I should not think of home. I cannot go back, not now. Would you take this letter back to Fano for me? A word of gratitude for the provisions. Farewell. May the blessings of the wood be upon you. And we'll head all the way back. You know what? I think it's worth it. The fast travel in that instance. You were returned. Were you able to deliver the provisions? I did, and I also got a letter back. She really did it then. She always spoke of leaving Hamia, living free. I didn't think... It's adding that she would choose to leave at Muriel's regret. It said the river was born from the tears of those who chose to leave the village. Before long, they could no longer hear the call of the woods.
They became strangers. That's the fate of all these who leave the woods. And still she chose to leave. She has ever been strong of will. She has neither that strength that she truly means to begin her life anew. I think your presence here inspired her. No doubt she was glad it was you who saw her off. She would want you to have this. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have more provisions to prepare. I don't actually hear the wood anymore. I really don't have my wood back to go back to anyway. It's good that you guys have a wood. I do enjoy the colored marker telling me where to go. And I especially appreciate that it works. You see this path? It's blue. It's like walk here. But what I especially appreciate is the fact that it makes sense in lore. That would be there. So it makes it easy to play and also makes sense. Looking upon these structures, I cannot help but be reminded of the ruins of Yerbania. Yet the manner in which they appear to be suppressing the natural flow of ether is more akin to the Allegan pillars, the House of the Crooked Coin. You're able to keep up, see? Hold on. Ahead lie the Morning Stars, 4 monuments built as a tribute to the Guardians of Raktika. Beyond them is the Great Pyramid of Ulfsnir, where the flow of magic must be restored. It's said the monuments are themselves the key to opening the pyramids. Though I do not know how, that is for you to discover. Another puzzle. Wonderful. I would have a closer look. It is indeed another puzzle, but for blessing it appears to be similar to the one we encountered at the lake. These statues are all depictions of the divine beasts mentioned in the tablet. No doubt they work their way into the pyramid in like manner. We have but discerned the correct order. Let's split up and search the area for clues. These ruins are in ancient inscriptions, or covered in ancient inscriptions. The answer may well be hidden among them. Indeed. It may be best to transcribe them if they are numerous, as they say. Better than risk overlooking something. The transcription may prove impractical for you, not being versed in Ronkan script. No matter, you will employ a different approach. Impressions. Here, I thought to use these clay tablets to record any significant imagery we discovered, but they'll serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscriptions you find. We'll start at the base of the pyramids. You begin at the top. When you've finished, return here and I'll translate your findings. Here's the clay tablets. On the inscription. so I start at the top. You know, there's a problem with that. I have to go up. And there has to be some way up first.
Ooh. That's neat.
Mm-hmm.
I like how he's hopping up.
Mm-hmm.
That's cute.
I mean, he is a rabbit. Make an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. Okay. So there are 4 pyramids, so I need to go through each of them. And we'll go clockwise so I don't get lost. Make an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. Alright, and back up we go. Impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. And yes, my rabbit man is hopping up the pyramid. An impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. I trust you've made good use of those clay tablets. Yep, here you go. Well done. A moment while I decipher what you found. Apologies for the delay. Nothing we saw at the base of the pyramids gave any hint of the solution to the puzzle, focusing instead on how to proceed having solved it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to form a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share despair. Go thy wares, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I'd assumed the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what Almond and I are able to gather, it's been a matter of suffusing one of the statues with aether. The question being, which one?
Have you any thoughts?
Pearl statue, you notice, is facing away from the serpent. And the serpent statue, it's facing away from the curl. They're opposed. Altitude is facing north of the Great Pyramid. Maybe it's facing south toward the woods. Facing toward the wolf statue. Wolf statue is here. Facing together, opposite directions, facing away from one another. It is kind of weird, isn't it? Maybe the cube is especially thorny.
If you have time to find solutions to fixation problems, I think it's best you choose the statue. What say you, Peter?
Sure.
Right then, after you select the statue, I'll imbue it with the required ether. Should it prove to be a trap, I'm more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now, which statue will it be?
Could I hear the riddle one more time? Yes, of course, I have it written here. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, red burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call, avert thy gaze, forever fall. That serve to inspire you. So the crown will be north. So which one was heading north? The owl, I think. Toward the Great Pyramid. Okay, so owl. Yep. So I think it's the owl.
All right, I pray this works. Well, the aether has been absorbed. You really do have a talent for these things.
Thanks. The way should be clear now. Come, let us. Someone approach us. Oh. Sister. Sister. Cement? What are you doing here? What has happened? Himnoran soldiers. They have entered Himyaha.
Himnoran soldiers? And what of the blessed?
Nothing specific. It seems the Omorans have little interest in Slitherbow and its people. According to our scouts, their general and his men have made all haste for the gate of Himyaha, but upon finding it, together with Thancred, Yomit and the others have engaged them at the border. You have to return and assist Yomit at once. You're not to set foot in the ruins of Fano. We'll settle matters here and return as quickly as we can. Understood? Yes, sister, be careful.
Though I knew time was short, I did not expect the Yolnorans to move so swiftly. Well, we've come too far to turn back now.
is against us, friend. Quickly, into the pyramids.
Mi casa, tu pasa.
Pasta, good pasta.
That's the name of this mission. It's not going to that hole unless we know we actually want to. Oh, hey there. Okay, discovering the location. Let's see here.
The switch should be through these doors, in the confessional to Pasa the Elder. Why doesn't it not open?
Magic appears to be flowing through the walls, but it's being obstructed as it approaches the door. Is it not strange the only one of these pedestals bears an owl statue? More riddles.
Strange indeed. The second statue is likely hidden to keep the door sealed.
We can cover more ground if we split up. Alma, take the chamber to the south. Peter, the one to the east. I'll search the chamber to the west.
So eastern chamber, huh?
Left it up for you.
Yep.
It's like over here. It's like, oh, okay, thanks.
They was on the completely wrong one.
Dancing with birdies. It's past there. Oh, there's the yellow statuette. So what trap have I triggered is the question.
The what?
What trap have I triggered is the question. We have looked everywhere. Wait, what is that? It's the owl statue we're looking for? The statue, you found it. It looks light enough. But return it to the other altar, no?
One might assume so, but nothing about these ruins has ever been so simple. Yeah, as soon as you touch it, something's going to happen. I sense a strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statues in the corner of this place. Should this figure be moved, it would not surprise me for them to suddenly stir it alive.
Well, trap them. For the unsuspecting, they might attempt to return this to its rightful place.
Precisely. Caution should serve us well here. Which is why I would ask you to deliver the statue to the main chamber. An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls, for my eyes distracting me so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would more aptly perceive the traps for what they are.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, then. We'll meet you at the door of the confessional of Topasa the Elder.
Deliver the owl statuette to the altar at the entrance of the confessional of Topasa the Elder. You have 2 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. Beware of attacks from enemies. They will sap your strength.
Oh, no.
It's a freaking delivery mission. Okay.
You're escorting my owl.
Mm-hmm. So I want to go behind these things. Because I noticed that they were all looking in different directions, and that there was a section that none of the owls were looking at.
My fault.
Yep.
And you're hiding from the owl statues, too.
Yep.
Cool.
Successfully delivered the statuette to the altar. The statues returned, but will that be enough?
I believe it was. I can see ether flowing through the door now. We are in Lahi world.
Yes. Lots of time. Lots of good times.
Hey.
Welcome, Bruni.
Having a good time. The Lalafels. Not the Lalafels, the V's is what they're called here.
I pray this means an end to the tricks and traps of the ruins. Hello, hello. Well done.
Okay. Oh, I gotta talk to her first. You're but one step from entering the Kitana rabble. I must warn you, this last step is without question the most perilous. Overcome this final trial, and the path forward will be open to you. The path laden with more puzzles and traps, I'm sure.
So, a path laden with more puzzles and traps, I'm sure. Did the Emperor always take such pleasure in wasting the time of his allies? Let us end this, Pietro. Well, time is yet on our side.
Yeah, she is. Before we enter, I would tell you that the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with all manner of devices to keep trespassers away from the switch. The more potent being wards of displacement. They may very well force you to be in danger. Should we become separated, please use these. Whisper weeds. They allow us to communicate no matter where we may find ourselves.
I think Pietro and I can work out how to use these well enough. Thank you. All right, Pietro. The sooner we finish these here, the sooner we can return to the others. Shall we get this over with? The legend of the not-so-hidden temple.
Let's do it. Here's the palace of the Great Pyramid of Unxer.
We must hurry before the Yomoran soldiers gain any ground. Wait, do you see those sentinels? I do see those sentinels. You're made to curse anyone who enters the pyramids. It's said to be seen by them is to be seen by death. So avoid being seen by them? Is that what you're saying? Very, very quiet. We're hunting rabbits. I can't open the door. Oh, I need to speak to Ishtola if that was the problem. Be more obvious. There's a magic knot. That's what I was missing. Sister, can you hear me? 2 soldiers have broken through our defenses. Follow them. They are not to reach this temple, you understand? A pair of soldiers somehow made it past my sisters. No doubt on their way here. All the more reason we should hurry, then. Another sentinel. Let's move off someone different before. Kitty. I don't care, we don't know what lies within. Okay, so far so good. Hated this one. They're massive. How do we get around them? I draw their attention with their glamour. Sorry, I'll draw their attention with the glamour. It will not last long. The moment they're distracted, we must run with all haste. Get ready to run. Teleportation device. Oh, this should end well. What's the worst that could happen? Let's find out. Peter, Albert, can anyone hear me? Oh, I must have sent to separate chambers. This mist. Poison. It's nullified by magic. There's markings on the floor. I think they show the way out. Well, that was easy enough. And put it back to the entrance. Sure, we have to keep moving. After you two, we have to keep moving. Got it. Thanks.
I am here. Piotr, are you alright? Somehow we're still in one piece. I just barely made it. That means little to the others if we do not hurry. What was that noise?
Oh, of course.
Indiana Jones, that's what that noise was.
That's what I was
By the gods. Run! There, that crevice in the wall.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm fine.
The edges are clear.
Ish.
Yeah. You can barely see it because you have your
Faster.
map up. That's nice.
We have to jump. Whee! Auto heal penalty.
What?
There's an auto heal penalty. Well, there's no going back now. I'm afraid it's not much further. Sister, they've reached the temple. I fear they're too fast for us. Be careful of the traps inside. We're nearly there. Unheard of. We know to place the beasts. What is this man that comes after you? Could it be Ranjit? If so, we have precious little time. Another door, wonderful. I could imagine what awaits us inside. There you are.
Away with you!
Be gone!
We have to fight.
This ends now! Here I come! No holding back!
You know what to do. Once. We'll hold this there. Quickly, make for the hut. The as I was doing in the first place. Let's get them. I'll draw their attention. Grab the heart to pasta.
It seems to be working. I think not.
We're all about to die, aren't we? Holy cow.
Expertly done.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor.
I'm not likely to be able to dance across this.
Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain? We poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbough with a toxin brewed for us by the children.
I want to dump this guy right now. Just right over the edge.
This is the antidote. I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually someone will come to our rescue, or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote. Do we have a deal?
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
General?
Do not fail.
He's still alive.
How noble and pointless.
You think so, huh?
Is everyone all right?
I feel like if you set up another trap, so
What?
Oriage! At once! Down with you!
Okay.
Thinker's being cool. As he does.
Yes. Did Thancred also fall in?
No, Thancred stuck his sword in
Where
the
is
wall.
Y'shtola?
Okay. Awesome.
He still lives down there. Somewhere. I have your antidote. Stola tried to suicide herself to save everyone, so hopefully she failed with dying. Ah, Y'shtola, have you been but a few steps faster? Why would she do such a thing? Oh, come on, there's no body. She's totally alive.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Rajit's cohorts have the good sense to fall back. We met, should be here soon with word from Fanal. We should hold our position here until she arrives.
Why are you so curious?
I once, says the cat. Almet, please let me know that the hole might lead out of the woods somewhere. Please tell me you know if the hole leads out of the woods somewhere. Or there are other means of exiting the temple. There's no question we would know of it. I fear that's of little consequence, for we have tried to mark the depth of the pit and failed. To fall from such a height.
Sister, I come bearing news. The Almoran soldiers and the children have fled Yimyaha. They abandoned Slitherbow as well, though they yet remain in the swamps near Lakeland. Unfortunately, a number of the Blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. One we believe to be of the order we found lost in Yamaha, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to Fennel for treatment, but I fear there's little we can do for him. The only other Blessed will not last long without an antidote. Then we must act quickly. If you have a spare vial, then Philia and I can deliver it to the Blessed at Slitherbow. You and Nuryange can return to Fennel and tend to the wounded villager there. Yeah, let's do it. What about Ishtola? She'll come back as Ishtola the White. I know it may seem callous of us to leave, but she leapt into that hole for a reason. We have to save the Blessed, whatever it takes. All right. My sisters and I will remain here. We must be certain no soldiers are still lurking about. It's okay, she'll fight the Balrog down there, she'll come back, it'll be awesome. Come, Peter. Let not Ishtola's sacrifice be in vain. To Fano. You don't need to catch up. You have plenty of time to play and have fun. Heavens forfend. Una. 'Twas he who forestalled the Ilmarin's procession, and in so doing afforded thee time to traverse the temple. Quickly, the antidote. Runar still seems visibly pained. Perhaps he requires another dose of medicine. Medicine seems to take effect as the color slowly creeps back to his cheeks. It would appear the worst hath passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. I shall minister to him forthwith. Rest, Peter, I pray thee. I shall attend to Runar's ministrations. Whew. Thing is, I've watched too many of these to think that she's actually dead.
Yeah.
She may be. They may decide that, nope, she's really dead here, but
Runar, thank goodness.
I've seen so many of these stories.
We delivered the antidote to Slitherbow, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Ulmorans have had the good manners to withdraw. Thank the gods they did, or we would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers occupied prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbow.
He's a bad guy.
He probably landed on top of something.
Right. Something like that, right?
Ixmaya, in the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done. I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her?
Well, the thing is, she fell in a big hole. I cannot say for certain, but it is she who secured the antidote.
Spare me your riddles and speak plain. Where is Master Matoya?
At the bottom of a big hole. Wherever that is.
No. No. No, that cannot be. How can she do such a thing?
Trying to save the village.
Was there no other way? I cannot believe that she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you. What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or...
All those things are possible.
She is alive, damn you!
He's having a hard time with it.
Yeah. You can tell he loves her.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have apprehended an intruder. We thought perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
Ah, yes, this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, look who it is.
Keep a close eye on him.
Wow, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious. So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time?
Matoya went back in the live stream. We'll get her again in a minute. That's how she escaped. She went back to the live stream. That's how it happened. I'm calling it now.
Well, well. What an intriguing turn of events.
I mean, she's already died once.
My condolences, by the way. It is never easy to lose the ones we love. Well, she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. But to us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
Game really is like, no, really, she's dead.
You have something on your mind. What is it?
In these kind of stories.
Then you don't really know.
Mm-hmm. After she fell, there was a powerful gust of wind as if from nowhere.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail.
Well, she fell, and then there was a wind, and I don't know what else I'm saying. I think the game just wants me to fill in the blanks.
Flow.
The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
There it is.
Yes.
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination.
Ah, yes, the Force.
I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
Mm-hmm.
Then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
Right. This guy's like, I could help you.
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her. Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
Show this trust, don't you?
Of course.
You can trust me.
This will have strings attached.
Of course it will.
Now then, if I'm to fetch her for you, I will require a suitable place to work. We must find somewhere that resonates strongly with the live stream. And by we, I mean you. To that end, I give you this, an ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close as you venture out into the woods. The brighter the glow, the stronger the location's resonance within the live stream. Once you've found a likely spot, all you need do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you? You just put your lips together and blow.
That location resonates with the live stream. You need to search the area marked on your map. Use the ethereal lamp to pinpoint the ideal location, then call for MX.
All right.
So I was able to lose some more weight yesterday with the Indian food. I was worried because I thought last time I had Indian food I gained weight. So have a new low. Would make me happy. Lamp is dim, so it might go out at any moment. Lamp lights near blinding. Perhaps now would be a good time to call for MXA. Okay. Only took 2 tries. Sometimes you'll accidentally happen up on the right spot. What can I say?
Yes, this place should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate.
So does anyone have any clothes? Because last time she came back from the live stream, she needed clothes. Yep.
Now then, what color was her soul again? Ah, there you are.
Doing his Q shtick.
He's done it. He's brought her back.
Third time's the charm. Ishtola, try not to die again, okay? You can only die so many times. Yes, it's her third life now. She's a cat, though, so she has 9. It's all good. Wow, he even got her clothes back. Well done.
Yes. No more birthday suits.
Yeah.
Ishtola, are you all right?
Ah, there's some music. The
Yes.
mushroomery.
Though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
Thou didst invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
I wanted to save the antidote, and after that...
Yes.
I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
It's okay, you got 6 more.
We figured it out and guessed.
Master Matoya, oh, thank the heavens you're all right.
Oh my.
I had nearly given up hope.
I should never do that.
Please, Renard, dry your tears. What would the others think if they saw you like this? Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved?
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
It will be something to think of, yes. We appreciate you bringing back our friend to us.
Emmet Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the life stream.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful.
The rest of us are.
I mean...
But let us turn
like
our
having a
attention
friend
to
back.
more important matters, such as the Katana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
Heavens no. In fact, I was waiting your return.
Well, Almet and the others should be pleased to see you in such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then, and discuss the coming expedition.
So, I guess, you know, she recovered much quicker this time. So, like, next time, you know, she's just gonna, like, hop into the live stream, hop back out, and be like, all right, let's go. Come on.
Yeah, that'll be it. The more you do it, the better you come out of it.
Yep. Soon death will just be like taking the trolley. Yeah, let's do it.
And Emmett's like, no one else?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Well, the problem is you're just a really creepy dude. None of us trust you, not even a little bit. Yep. Oh, what a touching reunion that was. It fair brought a tear to my eye. But as we both know, such tender moments are nothing but momentary. Before long, they'll remember their many differences and return to their squabbling. Says the Archbringer of Chaos. Flattery will get you nowhere, dear boy. But seriously, we Ascians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoining. Though we may sow seeds of chaos, it is man who tends them, he who reaps their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of these arguments. If you would kindly refrain from retorting and return to your customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companion, and leave it at that. Now, you mustn't keep your friends waiting. No, he doesn't. I mean, he's used to being an emperor, so... Naturally, he will think he's phenomenal godlike powers. Oh, yes.
It's gonna make me dizzy.
Yeah, yeah. It is both things, beautiful and dizzying. My apologies for having put you all through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to save the Knights Blessed. Happily, both they and I yet live, thanks to you. But our work here is not yet done. We must make ready to enter the Kitana Ravel and put the Light Warden to the sword. Oh my gosh, the entire city just popped. Enter the Kitana Ravel lies open, and Almet would see you on your way. Well, the Elmorian's gone and your companion now returned. I think it's best you roll before they can regroup. With magic flowing once more through the great pyramid of Unksner, the entrance to the Kitana Ravel should now be open. Before we leave, Uyanja, did you discover anything we might suggest the Light Warden hides elsewhere? Nay, though we had but little time with the Elmorian's most unwelcome arrival, we scoured the nearby environs and spoke once more with the one called Kobil. Having hearkened to our tale, in my judgment, the Sun Eater, with her late mother, did espy what is indeed the being we seek, and that it most likely resided in the vicinity of Actica Falls. In the absence of any subsequent sighting, I have no reason to believe our warrior hath sought out new sanctuary. And given the considerable difficulty we face in reaching the falls, we may be certain it has not been disturbed by man. Oh, that our course is clear.
We must navigate the Katana Rabble and make for Luteca Falls. What you'll see it is but another obstacle we navigate. The Katana Rabble is the oldest and most sacred of our temples. The accumulated knowledge of the Empire said it would reside within. Knowledge which is rightly yours as allies of Blanca. You are welcome to explore. I fully intend to survey every ilm of it, once our mission is complete. Were the Emperor still alive, we would be overjoyed to hear you say so. But they must warn you, though the way is open, it is still very heavily guarded. For the scourge trespassers and test the worth of allies, it had to be so. Be careful in there. Oh yeah. Head east and you'll find the head east you'll find the path of azure flowers, heading to the Rabble. I wish you'll safe passage through its holes. Those shoes are very interesting. Happy music.
Master Matoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, so please, promise me, you will return safely. The Knight's Blessed need you.
You need not worry, Runa. I shall return, and bring with me a long-awaited gift. One the Knight's Blessed will treasure now and forever. Now, let us away. Yep, seeing using Aether. Thank goodness you're here. I would ask for your help in a rather urgent matter. In recent days, trespassers that we believe to be of the children of the everlasting dark have been spotted near the morning stars. No doubt come for the secrets of our temples. By all rights, they should have been stopped before even reaching Hamiyaha. But fending off the Yamorans has spread our patrols thin. We cannot be suffered to remain here any longer. Will you help us find them? Oh yeah. When last spotted, they were accompanied by giant spiders. They are monstrous creatures with skin like armor. Use this elixir to cut through their defenses. Go swiftly, and may the blessings of the Lord be upon you. I'm not looking forward to that. Mildly arachnophobic. Was a lot worse, but Skyrim thankfully cured me of a lot of my arachnophobia by having spiders jump out of every freaking corner. Minding my own business, and what's that coming down from the ceiling? Oh my... Peter Krolinsk. Esteemed guest of which I have heard so much. My name is Lanil, Master of Rites. It is an honor to meet you. As I understand it, you'll soon be leaving for the Katana Rabble. Is that right? Then the Emperor's wishes will soon be fulfilled. A comforting thought. For with each passing year, more and more of our hunters are lost to the ethers. We were never a particularly fecund people. Now it is nigh impossible to sustain our numbers. Are you proposing to me, madam? It will not run to our homes, our way of living. So long as the trees of the Great Wood stand, so too shall the Vias. To renew our union with the forest, we will be holding a small ceremony wherein we will offer prayers to the gods. Will you honor us by serving as witness of the petitions of the gods? Oh, thank God, I was worried you were going to ask me to procreate with all of you. Very good. I should mention the ceremony is not a formal affair. In fact, it can be quite lively. But for such a hardened warrior such as you, it will prove no trouble at all. When you are ready, travel north to the morning stars and speak with my student, Purna. She'll explain the rites. You just now got what I was joking about? Yep. Let's see, we have here one male Viera and like 300 females. Well, yes, we had ceremonies much like that back at my house. Oh, thank goodness you're here. I need your help. What do you need? One of the Stone Guardians in the rooms. It attacked our sisters. I would go and help them, but I fear I cannot do it alone. Please, I beg of you, come with me to the morning stars. I will, but first let me get all these things started so I can get them in groups. My gosh, they all want my attention now. I'm actually a little nervous around these girls now, because I thought it was in my head. I'm just worried. Tell me, do you believe in the power of prayer? Well, yes, I do. It helps you set your focus and accomplish goals. Would you do me the honor of joining me in a small prayer for good fortune? We require 2 offerings to ensure our words reach the heavens. A tear of Lachwacha and the heart of a jinn. But your prayers are between you and the gods alone. As such, I cannot help you in preparing these offerings. I will await your return. May the blessings of the wood keep you safe. Again, you honor me with your presence. At a most opportune time. Like the buzzing of many insects does the village talk of your deeds. A number of my sisters wish to see your strength for themselves with a test of strength. So accept their challenge. Oh yeah, I can totally beat them. Very good. They await you at Bull Rest. Did you hear that? Hear what? The cry of the Joukulus. It's in terrible pain. The beast's master is likely on her way, though I suspect she may need assistance. We must act quickly. Will you take these healing herbs to her? The guard may mistake the Joukulus's cries for danger, but I will alert them as it's being addressed. Swiftly now. I'm searching for a friend. She is yay high, sandly colored hair. Have you seen her? Not especially, no. No? Then I suppose she is off getting herself into trouble. She's obsessed with learning all that she can of Ronka's history, you'll see, and has been planning to infiltrate Woven Oath to see the murals there. I told her not to go, but she refuses to listen. If you were to express your doubt of her schemes, perhaps she can be persuaded to return. Please, you have to find her before it's too late. Yes, generally the boys are not allowed inside the Vera girl houses, the cities, because we're considered to be too tempting. We have to be very cautious around them. Well, your timing is quite fortuitous. I have a task which will make use of one of their expertise. Since beginning our vigil, the balls of Ronka, we Elias have seldom ventured beyond the bounds of the Imeha. But times are changing, and it has come to our attention the ruins beneath Lake Lusimekta remain unfocused by the blessed. Being more familiar with the environs in the west, I think you would be well suited to the endeavor. According to our records, there are several owl statues somewhere within the ruins. I ask you to find them and ensure that they remain yet whole. Well met, ally of Ronka. Did you hear? Almet's recently returned with an astounding catch. She slew 5 Greatwood Wells single-handedly. 5! Almet is without question one of our greatest hunters. I am most curious to see how you would fare against them. If you'll take up the challenge, meet with me at the Great Pyramid of Ungsar. Well, Pietro, of the allies of Ronka? I am. It is an honor. I was hoping we would meet, actually. There's a place here in the Greatwood I would very much like to show you. It's a place of leisure, where I hope you might be at ease. No, thank you very much. No, I'm not interested. If only for a short while. Although I'm afraid I cannot reach it on foot. Have a tomorrow, or perhaps a Jagos carry you? If so, follow me to the west of the Wildfat.
Right. We're the boys are not supposed to be in town because we are too tempting, and so it's kind of a taboo thing.
So they're trying to curb their own. Yeah.
They are rabbits after all. All right. Let me get this thing. Let me get good enough distance between me and this thing that I can actually talk to her now. Okay. Hey there, Fiona. What business brings you to the Morning Stars? I'm here because someone asked me to come here. And you accepted? Oh, this is such an honor. Thank you for coming. Goodness, where are my manners? My name is Fiona. My pleasure to meet you, and this is my sister. Fiona, how do you do? Are you certain this is wise? I realize he is an ally of our people, but the ceremony is not meant for outsiders. We cannot go against Master Lenane's wishes. Besides, we may never again have such an opportunity. If you insist. You made me nervous, ladies. Now let me tell you about the ceremony. As Master Lenane likely already explained, we will renew our bond with the Great One through prayer. To ensure our prayers reach the gods, however, we must first beseech the spirits of the forest for aid. Once summoned, we must prove ourselves worthy through combat. Only then will our prayers be delivered into the heavens. To witness to the rites, it is up to you to battle with the spirits, if you're still willing, of course. Well, yeah, I can help you with that part of it. Wonderful! This will be a ceremony to be remembered. Shall we begin then? Close your eyes, and we'll attempt to draw forth the spirit with our prayers. Alright. O gods of the Great Wood, bringers of bounty and wisdom, we call to you now to renew your vows. For the strength to protect these lands, to be the shield and guards against an accursed light, we seek combat with your children, the spirits of the wood, to prove to you our worth. Oh, by the gods. The spirits of opposing forces, fire and ice. This is a terrible omen. Prayers are enough to suppress their strength, but we cannot cast them out alone. Please, you must strike them down before they wander off into the woods. Sure, I'll take care of that for you. He's done this before. I took care of that guy. You'll come, very good. I care not how many you can capture, only how it is done. Once you weaken one, use this stack to capture it and bring it back here. Alright. Good luck in your hunt. I will be watching. The only male Viera I have come across is the one in a Sage side quest. Alright, those are all up in the trees. I can't do that until I can fly in this area, so I'll do that one later. Pieter. He's just like, I'm in danger. My computer fell asleep again. Thank you for your help. In light of what we have now witnessed, I think it's best we call off the ceremony for now. Spirits of opposing elements is the most dire of omens. A discord between them could prevent our prayers from reaching to the gods. And this would not have happened were he not here. We must try again on the morrow. He cannot be allowed to attend. Sister, please, he's our guest, handpicked by Master Linnell. My apologies. It seems your attendance was not meant to be. Well, would you go and inform Master Linnell what happened? You must remain here and clear the altar. Confessional to possibly elder. Okay, and remember not to kill this thing. I'm trying to weaken it, not murder it. Occurs. I have a dust bunny also. I have so many bunny-themed bunnies.
Bunny-themed bunnies?
These minions. They're all bunnies. They're not all bunnies, but I have a lot of bunnies. Bunnies and forest creatures. I see no I must be so highly of you. Your form was unlike anything I've ever seen. What of the great little rail? Here you go. You've done well not to bruise the feathers of the skin. We can make good use of this. You have such a prize warrant a reward. Meet me at Fano, and I will see you compensated for your trouble. Cool, let me head back then.
For you, O great hunter, an ally of Ronka, I will see this to Elmit, and she will ask where's my quarry? What a fool I am. I should have been hunting with you. Perhaps if I hunt four and offer them together with yours. Sorry, Linnell. Back so soon? What of the ceremony? Oh yeah, they said it was like cursed or something. Fire and ice. Thank goodness they were not hurt. It's never too late to begin the ceremony anew, but I fear the source of our troubles is not to do with the spirits. A ritual which you bore witness requires no less than 2 petitioners to summon the spirit of the wood, and they must be of one mind and one heart. Historically, it has always been blood relatives who were chosen. And what you say is true, not only but two. And what you say is true, not one but 2 spirits answered their call. It is a sign of disharmony between them. Until we discover the source, attempting the ritual again would prove disastrous. I fear the others will not be forthcoming with information were to press the subject. As for esteemed guest and ally to Ronka, on the other hand, I believe they would be willing to speak freely. Would you speak with the people of Fennel and see if they know aught of any trouble between Fianna and Quina? Fianna and Quina, huh? Fianna and Quina. Of all of Fennel, I can think of no one closer. 'Tis little wonder they were chosen to petition the spirits of the wood. In the same sense, we consider all to be family, but twins are said to have an especially powerful bond. Which is why it's been so strange to see them argue in recent days. They've not been the same since the children of the Yomoran soldiers breached the border. Has something to do with the soldiers, huh? I spoke with Fianna long ago. I heard she was considering leaving Fano and wished to talk. It is a decision not to be made lightly, for we have never returned once we leave. But now that you and your companions are here, I feel our duty has been fulfilled. I understand the ruins must be protected from the children. What difference does one guard make? Fianna shares my feelings on the matter, and has also been considering leaving. I speak to Quina quite often, actually, about our history and duty to the late Emperor. We were once a nomadic people, or so the legends say, but Himaha, in her boundless love, sought to bless us with a home. And so she appeared before the Emperor Ronka in a dream, and bade him allow us into his kingdom. That is both how we found our home and our purpose. Quina was determined to protect both.
So one wants to leave, one is like extremely keen on doing traditional whatevers. Maintaining tradition.
I see. Fianna yearns to explore the outside world, and Quina will remain hidden from it. That girl has quite the look.
Oh.
For as long as I can remember, they were inseparable. Fianna's mirthfulness tempered by Quina's pragmatism. I never realized such differences in principles could divide them so. We have finished with the altar. I gather you have appraised Master Linnell what happened. We wish to apologize for... There is no need. However, were you to petition the spirits again, I suspect they would answer as they did before. It will not happen again, I swear it. Please say you'll let us try again. Yeah, let us try again with one of our own and not this outsider. The summoning would have worked if not for him. Enough, Quina. The problem lies not with the guest, but with you and your sister. You've been fighting over the future of Fano. Is that right? Huh. Family is not meant to agree on everything. But fail to respect your differences, and before long you'll have no family at all. What would become of Fano if the others shared your contempt for each other? You are to prepare for another summoning and petitioning of the spirits, but I expect you to come to terms before then. If the ritual is to succeed, you must find harmony. I apologize for burdening you further, but may I ask you to accompany them this time again? Well, of course. I'd love to help people. We'll make this work, I promise. I'll leave you to your work then. I fear you have a long day ahead of you. Pietro, once more I appoint you to witness the petition. But before there can be another ceremony, a new set of offerings must be made ready, an obligation of meats and fruits favored by the gods. Might I ask you to help with their preparations? Sure. Very good. The three of you can work together. When you have gathered what is required, you can report back to me at once. Now we'll go ahead and begin searching for fruits. I suppose I'll hunt for meat. It would be faster to handle all this by myself. I never realized she'd grown so cold. She's always been prideful and committed to protecting our traditions. I understand her reservations about permitting outsiders to the woods, but to be so unwelcoming even to allies of Ronka, from whom we have waited all these years, it concerns me greatly. Meanwhile, Fierna seems more than willing to be the perfect host. But now I wonder if his enthusiasm is genuine. With what you have learned from the others, perhaps now you can get through to Fierna and Suina. Convince them to speak of their troubles. Quina is by far the most stubborn of the two. Reach out to her through words. And Fierna, too, will open up before long. Go at last. Be welcome, ally of Ronka. We have hidden 3 badges in the trees near Fano for you to find. Be warned, however, they are guarded by our fiercest warriors. If you can defeat them and claim the badges, you may claim your prize from Taina. Good luck to you, ally of Ronka. May the blessings of the wood be upon you. Again, she chooses you as witness. Well, let's get this over with. We require the meat of blue stags for the offerings. 3 stags should supply us with enough, I think. If you can handle that, I'll get a rest. accidentally picked a fight with someone I'm not going to be able to beat. And down I go. Well, that I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. He does. He does. All right. Back to Fennel. And we'll make that our home so we don't have to keep doing this over and over. There you go. Kitty's like, I want to be a part of what's going on. I want to be in the stream. Let me be in the stream. Gathering, perception, craftsmanship. Yep. Kitty is going to be part of Cat Tax. He's helping pay the bills, aren't you, Kitty? I think, yep. Let me just step right between your legs.
Aww. He wanted some attention.
Yes, he did. He did want cuddles. I love you too, Kitty.
Okay. I was struggling just a little bit. Yeah, I know. You like the massages. Oh, yeah, Kitty loves the massages. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, I know. I know. Love the massages so much the claws are coming out. He's like, oh, heck yeah, more of that, please. He's like, it is the Smokey Show. Look, he's like, Brad, you stopped. I need you to continue, please. Resume the love. Just such a happy cat. Well, here's your stag meat. Only died twice. Not bad. Perhaps you are worthy of another's praise. It won't be quite so fast as my bow. Although after all my training, I would be surprised if you were. All that training to provide for Vano and protect the ruins. Growing up, I believed we would be able to defend this woods on our own. But now... Yeah, never mind. Would you go and check on Fiona? I will see if there is all else worth hunting. Smokey the Gamer Cat Show. Definitely a happy cat right now. Oh, you have your answer then. What you doing, Anna?
What am I doing?
I was so curious. You're like, oh, there's a cat. No.
There you are. I think it's Queen has turned you away. Well, you're more than welcome here. I'm having trouble finding suitable mushrooms for the offering. If you could bring me 3, I'd be forever grateful. Sure, I'll help you hunt these wild mushrooms. The game is afoot. Alright, here's the second gracious mushroom. These mushrooms are quite gracious. You want to fight, huh? Okay, I'll help. Oh, I have one more mission. If I get this mission done, I should be able to fly here. That'd be awesome. Are you able to find anything promising? Here's some mushrooms. What you wanted? Well, yes, this will do nicely, thank you. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I could work a light side one from outside the Great World. Yet here you are. And now I cannot help but wonder. What if the future of Fano lies beyond our borders? Captain of the Crystarium is Vias, yes? Those who leave our village are never to return, but she has proof that they may yet go on to do great things. We could reach out to them, allow them to go freely between here and their own new homes, perhaps even establish new establishments and settlements. The Vias would thrive, and the future of the Fano would be secure. This is how I wish to honor our duties to his eminence, by finding our sisters who left the Greatwood. But this also means leaving behind Queen. Oh, I wish you could understand. I think it is time I talked with her. Ah! Queen, she's in trouble. Let's save her sister. The idea of a wooden bomb is just such a weird one. Sent to aid Quilla. You, of course it'll be you. Now all the beasts are gone. No matter, I will find another. Quilla, no. This is all my fault. When he and his comrades first arrived in Fano, I was elated. Everyone was. It was a chance to learn about the world beyond the Great Wood. But I never stopped to consider your feelings. What you might think if you left Fardo? I've always known of your desire to see the outside world. I have only myself to blame for not voicing my concerns. Times have changed, and with your arrival, the greatest of our duties to the late Emperor has been fulfilled. The ruins still require protection. Perhaps we can find another way, one that does not require or sacrifice our freedom. It would be selfish of me to deny you to your dreams for the sake of tradition. If you, well, you would not be the first, nor the last to leave Thano. No matter where you go, you will always be family. Was Queen. She has no intention of abandoning Thano until she leaves. What does he mean by this, sister? You're incredibly talented. You will make a fine member of the Guard someday. But we are not all suited for such duties. And those that grow fewer and fewer. And those that are grow fewer and fewer. We need help, sister. The Vias who now lead live lives beyond the Great War. And you would find them for us. And I would make Thano a village that welcomes them home with open arms. With a chance to prosper as we once did before the flood, to ensure we carry on the legacy of our forebears. We must seize it, sister. Together. I know not what to say. A word of thanks, perhaps, to our friend here. If not for him, you would still be at odds. Why, you sound sincere, sister. And if you are done with your jokes, we shall be heading back. Janelle will be worried. Man, this entire thing has been really hard on the throat because it's all in the high register. My throat is like, Uncle. I can't speak that high for that long. Can't hear him, but he's very, very loudly purring right now. Now that you have the offering, it is time that we talked. No need, Sister Linnell. Vienna and I are fine. Better than fine. Change has come quickly to Thano, and we allowed it to divide us when we should have embraced it together. We have learned from our mistake and come to understand that though we walk different paths, our goal is the same. That is what matters in the end. Well, it certainly is good to see you two are back in the old selves. Well, we did have a little help. It's time, Pietro. Fiona and I will make ready for the ritual. Meet with us at the Morning Stars when you're ready. Just such a happy, contented kitty. Let us begin. All spirits of the woods, hear us. We seek to renew our vows with the gods of the Great Wood. For the strength to protect these lands, for the shields to guard against the accursed light, we demand trial by combat to prove our worth. O dark Chartle, keeper of the winds, to a Gartle, keeper of flames, to a Hawatl, bringer of rain, to a Vapa, bringer of the harvest. We beseech you, spirits of the woods, hear our prayer and deliver them. Oh boy, here we go, lightning. Spirit of lightning. A spirit born of wind and rain, whose spark brings fire, and of the ashes may bring a rich harvest. Our prayers will reach, sister, there can be no doubt. Witness to our petition, we task you now, slaying the spirit. Go forth and see our prayers delivered to the heavens. Yes, pure energy. Got it. The spirit is slain. You did it. I confess I had my doubts at first, but you performed your duty admirably. Would you go and relay the good news to Master O'Neill? He'll go on ahead shortly. I will. I'm glad you girls are getting along again. And this stream has worked about as well as I was hoping for. It's done very, very well. Gotten a lot done. Quina, I take it you were successful this time? Yes, Master Linnell, everything is as it should be. Though we see the world through different eyes, it does not change who we feel about the Great Wood. In matters concerning Fano, we are of one heart and one mind.
They look almost like one.
They are twins. It is by the strength of your kinship and the Vias shall be blessed for years to come. As you know all too well, the fulfillment of our duty as the allies of Ronka has necessitated change, but no few of our number feel uncertain about the future, and I believe we have found the answer to our woes, the means by which we may see Fano thrive once more. For centuries we've trusted none save our own, and it will prove our downfall, for none can survive in this world alone, not even the guardians of Yamaha. There is much to be gained from opening our doors to the outside world, and your presence in Fano has proven that. On behalf of all Vias, you have our humblest thanks. Sure. I'm glad I could help. As for you two, I expect great things from you in the future. Yeah, me too. And thank you, Master Linnell. We will not disappoint you. Ken has decided to venture out into the world and find more of our fellow Vias who might be willing to return home. And Queen has placed to protect Fano and help make our village a place where they will feel welcome. Two paths to the same goal. Still, I would miss you dearly when you were gone. I have yet to even decide where I will go, sister. There's still time for us to be together. More money. Quest complete. That ended up not being what I thought it was. I think what that is doing is opening up Bistro Quest. I'm definitely all for that. Dalen Gap. Whew. You can feel the aether flowing through the door. A gentle push may be all that's required. Our earlier efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on your guard, Peter. We know not what awaits us inside. The Katana Revel is now accessible. If there's anyone around who wants to join, feel free. Otherwise, I will open this up for friends. In the meantime, we'll wander about here. Fina would take another step toward realizing her dream. Peter, it could not have come at a better time. Quina and I have given leave to explore beyond the borders of Hima. As you know nothing about what lies beyond the borders of the Great Wood, I suggested she visit somewhere close to home, Slitherbone. For us to go alone would likely incite panic. In your company, however, they might be at ease. I apologize for this abrupt request, but we would we'd be most grateful if you could introduce us to the people there. Oh, yeah. Sure, absolutely. And it is settled. We will await you at the Well's Fate, near the entrance to Slitherbone. Yeah, I assumed that was leading us toward being able to fly. But instead, looks like it's heading toward a bistro quest, and all about that. don't know what I quite think about them calling me a beast, for beast tribe, but whatever. Like, hey, I'm a hero too, You know these two. Would you mind?
I've been expecting you, Peter. Your coming was foretold in the Gospel of... sorry, wrong voice. We have been expecting you, Peter. Your coming was foretold in the Gospel of Quinford. The Great Serpent speaks to me once more of azure flowers and secret temples and secrets engraved in the ancient tablet. The calamity is upon us, friend, and our divine protector would see it averted once more.
He was hell-bent on coming here and somehow dragged me along with him. Though I wasn't exactly inclined to stay behind, seeing as how his visions have always been right before. Do you know anything of his talk of visions and calamities?
The calamity, yes. It can only be avoided with the guidance of the Great Serpent. Have you seen it?
You do not know this Great Serpent. But if it's snakes you seek, we'll find them along the banks of Meal of Regret.
Yes, it would make sense if we near water. After all, it was at Lake Tusi and Mektir and I that we first met. Oh, Great Serpent, your servant comes for you.
Wait, it's not safe to go there alone in these woods. I apologize for his unusual behavior. He means well. Perhaps such recklessness could prove fatal. Pietro, would you go and make sure they're safe? Well, you go to see to them. I'll take this one to Fano.
Sure.
Easy now. Everything will be fine. Who are you? What are you doing here? I have healing herbs for you. Oh, my apologies. Come. I'll hold it down while you dress its wounds. Oh, we'll be all right. A barrage of arrows struck it down. At first it made no sense to me. My people would never do such a thing. But on closer inspection, I noticed the arrowheads were made of gold. Only the children of everlasting dark would use such garish arms. They have grown bold since the Amorans attacked. Perhaps too bold. All the more reason we must remain vigilant. Thank you for your help. Please, inform the others that Jackulus is safe. I'm going to stay here a while longer.
Whew. Delicious back, huh, Kitty? He's like, He's like, I'm taking a bath here. Do you mind? I'm glad to see you unharmed, Great Serpent.
Scree! I refuse to leave without that thing. I presume this is the Great Serpent you were looking for?
I beseech you, give me a sign what calamity should threaten the forest.
We shall return to Fano and consult Master Lanil. She'll know how to handle this.
Wait, oh great one. This ground is not fit for you to slither upon. Allow me to carry you.
Pupper!
It is so warm.
Hey, Panorama.
Oh look, it's an acrobat. There's a lot of them. I just broke the bombs. It's a bat squatch. Bat squatch is just a myth. You only said that because you're afraid of the truth. On Earth. I thought maybe this car was out limit break. I saw that right before it hit me.
got death. Rock falls and I die. Oh, okay. Make sure that doesn't happen again. Immediately next time, rocks fall, I die again. It's like, forest creatures.
Okay. Lightwood arrows. Cerberus-like creature. I suspect there'll be significant happenings when we're done with this particular mission. Oh, that lady was fighting in her underwear. Seems to do a great job of keeping me alive. bow and then a Sundrop dance? I need to get the bow where it's easy to get to. So they've implied that absorbing this light is not having no effect on me. So I wonder if at one point I absorb light and it causes me to do something unexpected.
The Light Warden is dead. The Blessed's prayers have been answered.
Aye, that they have.
His condition yet troubleth thee?
It does. Though he shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. He must be told. Would you describe it to me, Urianger? Paint for me a picture with your words.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown. Boundless and beautiful.
That's very well spoken, Urianger.
'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Well fought. Let us return home. The murals. If I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
How can you tell?
A peculiarity of the paint. Most are made from mineral-based pigments. But whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen. According to Almet, this sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate, I wonder?
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting.
Come to lead us to safety, have you?
I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour? Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
You're plotting something.
Every hour of every day. But never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more.
He's waiting for my ether to stop.
Well, I would quit this place and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world. A vision shared of a paradise lost, preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again, to look, learn, and remember.
Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity.
Hit the doubt button on that statement.
Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name, and by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiac.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn. She who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiac banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiac and Hydaelyn are not gods. But...
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful of primals.
You have spun quite a tale. Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Good question.
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Ascians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining?
Want to go home.
For our world. For our people. For all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
Now we can understand how he turned around and made that statement.
Mm-hmm.
That must affect him very, very deeply.
Yep.
That he did not want to show the emotion.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was an enlightening experience, though not in the way I'd hoped. Do you suppose there's any truth to Emmett Seltzer's claims? Sugar Greatwood, either current attunement is complete. Recent events plainly warrant further discussion. I think it's best we wait until Offino and the others are present, and Seltzer included. How convenient he should choose that moment to keep to the shadows. Well, no matter. For the present we should return to Fano and make certain of the Umorians' withdrawal. And after that's slithered, though, the Blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the sky. Woohoo! I can fly, I can fly, I can fly. Not one yet. Where's defeat? Okay, so I got that badge of far. Hey there, Lemuel. They bring with them 2 guests from Slitherwell. Very well. Let us see what they have to say. This is the Great Serpent. Scree! The most fortuitous turn of events. This gift you speak of is not unknown to us. Though it is rare a child of Fano born with such gifts would be appointed Keeper of Whispers. It would be most unwise to ignore this vision. Keeper of Whispers. Yeah, I rather like that title. He also spoke of a monstrous snake in the lake to the west. Perhaps he meant the legend of Laxato and his battle with the winged serpent. There are a number of tablets in the Great Pyramid of Onxer, which tell of such tales. The ones we seek may be among them. However, only the Emperor or one of sufficient status may pass through those hallowed halls. The bearer of the Seal of Ronka, you have been granted leave to enter. If you would bring me the tablet, I can decipher its writings. Sure, I can do that. Might I accompany him? Not inside, of course, but close enough to see the temples I've beheld in my visions. We can escort you, but you must not run off as you did before.
You are returned, and unharmed, I see.
Indeed, I am pleased to report the Light Warden is no more, thanks in large part to you.
But the death of a single Sin Eater could make such a difference. As our numbers wane, so too did our hope that the ruins would have devoted our lives to guarding would ever find purpose. And yet here you are, the allies of whom we have waited these many centuries. With your arrival came the chance to pass on our legacy, the ancient wisdom of an empire. That alone would have been a reward enough. Never did we imagine we would serve to banish the light that pervaded these woods. On behalf of the Viz, our forebears in the late Empire of Roka, you have our deepest thanks. I'm glad I could help you.
It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey through the Castle of Revel proved quite enlightening. To be privy to such knowledge is an honor, one for which we never hoped.
Please, you do not need to be so humble. We do but our duty as decreed by the late Emperor. Would that he were still with us to express his gratitude in person.
We're in Lahiland. Yay!
But sister, does this not mean that our duty is fulfilled?
Oh yeah, we're having a great time.
For our allies, perhaps the ruins cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live here in these woods, the secrets of the Ronka must not fall into the wrong hands. Of course.
Is Brunar still here?
No, we escorted him back to Slitherbowl We escorted him back to Slitherbowl shortly after you set out. If you were to return to the Ninth Blessed, we would not keep you any longer. I suspect they would be glad of your company.
You've heard the zone music? Yes, the music is very, very beautiful. Lahi La da da da. Is that what you're referring to? Lahi Land. Got it now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elmeth. I look forward to the day when we might serve a more leisurely visit to the ruins of Ronka.
We'll wait your return then. Huzzah.
Yeah, I really like that music.
Yep. However, I can see how it could get annoying. Yeah, you said Lahi Land. I'm like, I don't understand what Lahi Land's about. But the video show, I'd also like your reaction. Okay, yes, I will definitely need to look at that. We may need to play the video now so I can get a good reaction to it on stream.
The children were behind this? Long have they coveted the bounty of Himea. Their desperation has made them bold, but the presence of Yomoran soldiers has served only to encourage them. But so long as we yet breathe, these woods will remain beyond our reach.
Quest complete.
Could you check the Discord?
I've now mapped the realm. Ratika Greatwood. Mwaha.
Yeah, I thought there would be one here too. It would be in current... Oh, I guess it's not there yet. Okay, we're good. There is no rush. I am in the middle of fighting after all. They're indeed strong.
Oh, it was in the, it's up there in the left of that, right there.
Ah.
All right, let's see. Let's get this video here. I already like it, and they're just doing the sound check. It is a very beautiful dress.
Okay, now he's gonna bring the instruments into it.
Perform the Digital Fan Fest convention. Do you recognize who's performing? I do not, actually. I do not.
We do not. I don't know who that is.
It may be the lead guy of all Final Fantasy 14.
It doesn't sound serious.
Oh no, he's going for humor, and he's hitting it.
Sound director.
Sound director
Okay.
for Final Fantasy 14.
That instrument.
He just runs off. I love the Napoleon Dynamite exit. That's very nice. And of course, we got the music right now. That could not have been timed better. That's good stuff. So that was not boring. Thank you for sharing that. That was lovely. I'm crying. That was beautiful. There's a great meme back at Shadowbringers. Yeah, I mean, I can get it. Yeah. Could we not get that again? Thanks. It's like, oh look, it's that thing that made you fat. It's like, oh cool, thanks, hon. Yeah, I get that one again. Ah, Lahi. We're in Lahi land. Thank you for sharing. That was lovely. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I'm very chuckling about that one for a while. Oh, that's beautiful. Our hunters returned badly bruised, yet they seemed quite content with themselves. We were not able to defeat them. So I'm sorry that I missed on that meme when it was a thing. But of course, doubtless they'll find joy in defeat at the hands of one so esteemed. You have bestowed upon them a great gift. They are like to cherish to the end of their days. As promised, here's your reward. Cool. Let me go grab these over here real quick. Now that you've shared that with me, now every single time I'm going to immediately giggle. Thank you for sharing that. That is a giggle that it's going to keep giving. So here is one stone tablet. You can't read the script. You see the image of Namazu is engraved on a tablet. Likely has nothing to do with the Great Serpent. But you'll never know. You know what I mean? That came out of that, came out around that COVID era. Yeah. Yeah, I missed out on the whole thing.
I'm getting caught up. Soon, I will be totally caught up.
You cannot read the script. You see an image of a snake is engraved on the tablet. You tuck it away in your clothing for safekeeping. Is that a companion cube? Sure, it looks like one. You cannot read the script. You see an image of a coral is engraved on the tablet. Likely nothing to do with the Great Serpent. Yeah, I'm still very amused. And it's great because that tune plays in here all the time. So now that is going to be what I think of immediately every time. The tablet, you found it. Come, I would know the secrets it has. Context for the video was Kupo Khan, a fan-led convention. Okay, nice. So there's another meme.
Yeah.
Forgive me, but this was the best thing.
On the internet. Okay. Thank you, love. I already like where this is going. That's very well done. Okay. So now you just get the literal voice actor to read out those lyrics. Yeah, I could tell that was the guy. And then they got a very, very beautiful part of this scene we just did and put into that.
I'm gonna put emojis on it.
Yes, go right ahead. Yes, you could put your emojis if COVID was an era. Man, you're not kidding. You're definitely telling the truth there. People were just trying to make do somehow. Whatever. I'll get this. I know you get it all the time. I do not trust the soups, yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just get chicken fried rice. Have more memes closer to the end of this expansion. Very nice. I will look forward to you sharing those with me, and I will enjoy them on stream like I did that. My milkshake bringeth all the boys to the yard. You know, That's funny, but the Lahi was like I said, my eyes are still recovering from crying from that. That was so funny. Okay, let's go. The tablet, you found it. Come, I would know what secrets it hides. What is today? Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Every time it goes Lahi, I'm going to giggle. From now until the end of time. Huh?
He had to have gotten a lot of respect
For Lahi?
For his performance there.
I think he did it for his own amusement, and it amused many others as well.
Yes.
How did you fare in the Great Pyramid? Nobody died. Yes, this is indeed the tablet we are looking for. A moment while I pore over its writings.
I'm still going over that.
Thank you for your patience. I have finished deciphering the tablet. Its contents were informative. By the Emperor's command, the stone giant Lazaro did clash with the serpent. The battle raged for many days and many nights, and finally the ancient guardian stood triumphant. The dreaded snake was sealed in an immense jewel, and its true name never to be uttered again. The years spent in slumber quelled its rage, and the seething ire it once exuded became a benign aura. Men came to worship the jewel, and thus the great destroyer became the great protector of the wood.
He broke Banfest.
He broke out the automatone.
Right, automatone. Right, that's the little.
At Banfest 2023, I can't remember what song he sang, but it was great.
Nice.
Men came to worship the jewel, and thus the great destroyer became the great protector of the wood. After the great sailing, the emperor commanded his fiercest sentinels to the east to keep guard over the great pyramid of Unxer. In the west, he sent his priests who would watch over the slumbering serpent from the covered halls of Dwal. Together, they would protect the empire, and so did it thrive. Alas, in a strange twist of fate, the Temple of the West will be submerged beneath the waters of Lake Tosi Mekte, and its priests drowned. Lamenting their loss, the great protector thrashed and wreathed within a giant great jewel, stirring the power of the earth, causing the trees to grow ever thicker and greener. And the guards of the pyramid would become as guardians of an ever-expanding forest.
And the bees have returned here all this time. Remained here all this time. Incredible.
Well, Master Linnell, were there really protectors other than us in the Great Wood? I cannot say for certain, but this is not the first time I've read such claims in the ancient texts. Can you imagine it? 2 tribes protecting the whole of Raktika. Well, ever assuming they existed, we would have no way of tracing their lineage. I do not think these priests are who we are meant to find. For one who shares their gift and reverence for Ronka now stands before us. We'd be honored to work alongside you in protecting Raktika and the ruins of Ronka.
Excellent. It would be an honor, but I fear I'm not worthy of such a position.
It is not a question of worthiness. It matters only that you are willing. And when the time comes, I intend to leave and search for our V sisters who will join us.
Perhaps this is the calamity my visions foretold. The plight of your people. The growing reality that Ronka's history may one day be lost to time. And the great serpent has chosen me as your savior. The great keeper of the whispers to protect and serve the great wood.
Speaking of which, where did the snake go? It was here but a moment ago.
Those shoes look so uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, those look so uncomfortable. I know it's a reference to Final Fantasy XII and the outfit that Fran wore there, It just looks so uncomfortable. And it made more sense in like the bad graphics era because it was like, oh, it's just, her feet are like, like fox feet or something, But no. They're supposed to be human feet in a shoe. Yikes.
Return to slumber, no doubt. But should the great serpent have need of us again, I will be here waiting and listening.
It's actually just on the other side of me, but okay.
If his head wasn't in the clouds, he might notice. I don't suppose you'd be willing to take it with you before he comes to his senses. As long as it remains here, I'm afraid he'll be convinced the calamity looms around every corner. Scree! Go on, take it. If all that stuff about the Great Serpent is true, we'll still have his visions to warn us of danger.
It would seem friends of Fano could be found closer to us than I dared hope. And we'll consult our chieftainess, that we may formalize an alliance with Slitherbow.
An alliance, yes. We'll protect Raktika as they did in the days of the Empire. Villages of the east and west working together as one. Excellent.
And I now have a friend. The Great Serpent of Wonka. Despicable you. We'll keep this one for a little bit. I'm just going to keep it together every time I hear that song. Oh dear. A spotted spider. I think I spotted a spotted spider. Why is this taking so long to die? That gives you a key item on it first.
Doom of the everlasting dark.
Mr. Grimdark. And we'll do this one more time over here. I'm not wanting to emote at him. I want to use Carissa to look. I tried to emote him. I fortunately stopped myself. Before I did, well, you've got beckon as like a key thing. Like it's on your quick bar. Yeah. Lahi land. I now get the joke. You'll rout out the trespassers, I take it. You seemed fixated on the temples of the morning stars, perhaps drawn by the radiant stones atop them. The sun only appears at night in this zone. I saw it in the daytime, so I think it's appearing at nighttime or daytime. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm backwards. So yeah, I think that's the daytime song of this. Is the Lahi song. They glow with the power of these words in Ranka. The lights would fade the moment they were moved. Regardless of their worth, such crimes cannot be tolerated. I will see to it to strengthen our defenses at the border. This will not happen again. Oh my. We have levered up some stuff. Okay. Beautiful music. There's no music at all right now. There it is. Okay, let's fight some gems. That one. Head off this way. New Agey type of music. I'm definitely down for New Agey type music, and yeah, I'm really liking the music of the rest because I would. Yeah. I doubt you're as serious as you claim to be. Quiet, what do you want? Well, sent you to bring me home, but I am so close. I cannot, I will not go back. The murals may have knowledge that can help my people, help you. It'd be foolish not to try. And now's the perfect time. They seem off balance today, as if intruders had already come. Oh, it was you. You should know better than anyone that my plan will work. If you can draw the attention of even 3 of their guards, that is all I need. If all goes as planned, I shall see you back at Fano. Okay. Okay, so it's in this underwater tunnel somewhere. Ah, an owl statue. The owl statue appears to be chipped. Cool. The lyrics are very in your face. Yep, and you just smile every time. The statue appears to be covered in algae. You gingerly swipe it away. Yep, very in your face, and once you have the joke, you can't ignore it. It's there. It will stay there forever. Didn't notice the lyrics until I went through a main story quest. You didn't notice the lyrics when you went through main story quest? Yeah, I mean, it's just like, okay, it's cool. It's stuff in the background to, make it sound new agey and all that. But nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah, it's not until you've turned it into a joke that it's then obvious and inescapable. All right, let's head back this ways. The great thing about that, the Napoleon Dynamite exit, I think is my favorite part of that entire video. Something that people were talking about before the video. Really? Really? Interesting.
Ah, you are returned.
Everyone loved it. I mean, it's
None the worse
cool
for
music.
wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky.
As they would.
The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes.
Even clouds are darker than what they had before.
The sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered, that we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong, but we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
I will do as you say, but please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we would hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark, this I swear.
Quest complete. Though it pains me to leave, it is time I returned with you and the others to the Crystarium. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I will await you in my chambers. What is going on in here? Concerned mother, disciple of the land. Oh, hello there. You're the sweet young man staying with Master Matoya, are you not? I've been meaning to thank you for looking after my boy that one time. His name is Valen. You remember him, don't you? He's always running around with his friend Quinford. You know, the one who so much enjoys hearing the sound of his own voice. Why, just moments ago he rushed in here and went darting off, shouting about how he'd make a discovery of staggering import over on Fano. Valen, bless his heart, went running after him. I know these parts aren't as dangerous as they once were, and Quinford apparently has made some friend among the bees, but still, I can't help but worry. Would you be so kind as to follow after them and make sure Valen doesn't go and own anything over his head? You can tell him his mother sent you. Travel quest accepted. I don't know yet. Probably the bees? Thank you for coming. I thought I'd keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Raktika Falls, I fairly proved true, and so I must share them with you. From the first, when we met at Fort Gorn, your ether has appeared tainted. Suffice with an overabundance of light, not unlike the Sin Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I fear the light which poured forth from it was not negated by Hedlin's blessing. Rather, it was absorbed into your being. Wenjie also suspects as much, though he's unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain. With each warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater. Greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray, inform me at once. You should hurry before the others begin to worry.
Once I've sorted my things here, I shall join you.
All right. All right. I suspect that one will lead to leaving the area. So let's do these others first.
Isn't that beautiful? Canopy above is like a sieve, leaving only clean rainwater to fall and collect here. Here in the calm and quiet of the woods, you can close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let your troubles drift away. The best part of all is, no one knows of this place save for me, my sister, and you. If you ever have need of respite, please do make use of this spring. Now then, I should return before the others take notice of my absence. You're free to stay as long as you like.
And this is our night music. Can I leave? Okay, mount roulette lets me leave. Okay, I was going to say, I don't think I can mount up. I think I'm stuck here now. The blind forest of Yamaha. What's wrong, bud?
I gave away my stuff. Okay.
Okay.
I gave it to my retainer.
I see. I've done that.
How do you feel? Refreshed, I hope. I feel good as new. Thank you for that. Wonderful. You've done so much for us, you have more than earned a moment of rest. Here, a small gift for humoring me. Take care, Ally Veronica. May the blessings of the wood be upon you. Ah, you're returned. Thank you again for your help at Woven Oath. Some murals are more beautiful than I dare imagine, and some much older. I drew sketches of them that I could continue my studies here. If I should find anything of import, you will be the first to know. But before that, I must go and apologize to Kirill. Don't forget the statues. Well, they are underwater. You wiped them as well. I'd expect nothing less of an ally of Ronka, and a fellow Vias at that. In the days of the Ronkan Empire, the owl was regarded with great reverence, the divine beast of night and keeper of knowledge. In fact, there is a legend that speaks of a time when darkness fades and the people pray for night. And the owl is said to guide he who heralds the night's return. Perhaps that is why fate brings you here. You've prepared your offerings then? There's a Jinkor and Tier of Waka. Very good. Now we'll take the tears in hand like so. We then use the heart of the Jin to summon a breeze to carry the tears and their prayers into the firmament. Even now I can feel the god's protection. I suspect you'll have need of it in the days ahead. This will prove useful in your travels. Until we meet again.
very beautiful music for nighttime. That's what I've found is for the most part, the night music is more beautiful than Shadowbringers, which of course makes sense since you don't get much shadow. You don't get nighttime unless you've earned it. So of course that's going to be more reverential, beautiful music. I really do enjoy that choice of making it so that the world is broken, and the way they made the world broken was that light was overcoming everything, and that the darkness had been lost, and that broken universe, made darkness better. And I like that. That whole thing is really cool. That way they put that together. You came. Thank the gods. There's yet one more to the north, closer to the Great Pyramid. I will see to this one here. You, go and save our sister. When you have her, take her back to Fanon. Dark is evil, night is good. Right, exactly. Which the initial reaction to that is, of course, rejection, because it's like, no, that's not right. But you appreciate like the way they did it. It's very well done. Again, the explanation was well put together. Because I was like, how does that even work? And then the way they explained it, okay, I can see it. I'll take this one, you take that one, Doctor. You'll have my thanks. I believe I'm well enough to walk on my own. Let us hurry back before another sentinel arrives. You returned. Good. All of our hunters are accounted for. The sentinels have helped guard these ruins for centuries. It is unsettling to know that they may turn on us at a given moment. Such a thing was inconceivable before the flood, but as the light takes its toll, they grow increasingly erratic. Indeed, it has made our duty to these ruins all the more difficult. But we will not be dissuaded from doing what must be done. It is not much, but I would like you to have this. After helping save my sisters, I pray we can count on your aid should we have needed it again. A welcome sight in my hour of need. As you know, a number of our stone sentinels have turned against us, but if they can be slain, they may yet serve to protect these ruins. We lack the knowledge to build more, but it's possible to use their parts to repair those who may remain. If you could slay even a single sentinel and bring me its core, that's all I require to begin my work. Alright, let me get this started, because I got a feeling this is going to be beast trapping. Gathering Beast Tribe. Nice. For the last time, Quinford, would it kill you to actually explain yourself before you go dashing around the forest like a madman? What nonsense do you speak, Valen? The Keeper of Whispers should never be so insolent as to keep the gods waiting when they should share with me their wisdom. Why, the mere notion is preposterous, blasphemous even. Hey there. Peter, what are you doing here? I'm just hanging around. My mother sent you? Dear heavens, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. As you might suspect, Quinford's ranting and raving about the will of the wood again. When he ran off shouting about prophecies, I simply had to follow along to make sure he didn't get himself into any trouble. The V's said we were welcome at any time, of course, but would it kill a man to be a bit more circumscribed? Oh, that reminds me. Whatever happened to that squirmy little fellow in Quinford, or whatever godly reason believes to be the great serpent of Ronka? Does it still travel with you, or does it get squished somewhere along the way? What ignorance is this veiling the divine protector's return to slumber in its deep nest in the heart of Ratika, from which it speaks to me in my dreams even now. Scream! Oh, great one, is it truly you return to grace your loyal servant with your presence in this time of need? Truly the wood has answered my pleas. The great serpent has been with you this whole time, Peter. I can only imagine what sort of dreams he's been having. And yet, as skeptical as I am, the beast seemed to put stock in his visions. If there's even a hint of truth to them, who knows what we're in for? I know, my good friend, for I have seen it 1,000 times in my visions. This venerable force is on the verge of entering a new age of harmony. For the great serpent shall let out a mighty cry, and in so doing summon forth that they who do serve great Ronka in times of eld. Verily, the arrival of the heirs of wisdom, ancient and true, is nigh at hand. Now is the time. We must follow where the great serpent leads, and in doing so lay claim to a great future. And there he goes. Quinford. Not again. I'm sorry to impose, Peter, but would you mind helping me go after him? Since there's only one path forward through the forest, so he shouldn't be too hard to find. Yeah, we'll see. Right over there. Look, over by that flower bed. Someone's there. I was just there, but whatever. A rat who speaks. Who are you, and why do you trespass in our sacred forest? Answer me, or we'll be dining on rat stew this night. Kikirin?
Ye gods, oh, do have mercy. I assure you, most assuredly, we come in peace.
Put down your arms. If my visions speak true, I have never known them to speak otherwise. This mousy fellow and his diminutive companion are none other than the descendants of a proud Ronkan tribe of old.
You're from Slitherbull, yes? One of the so-called Knights Blessed? I'm awake. Hello, welcome, Corythius. About to get a beast tribe, it seems. There you are, I swear, Quinford. Do you take pleasure in driving me mad? Forgive my friend here. He simply cannot control himself sometimes. I promise you, I'll give him a stern talking to when we get home. Now, Quinford. Friends of the ally Ronka, are you? You are quite bold or quite foolish to rush forward before the spearhead of Avias as you did. But who or what is this one? I have not seen him or any of his ilk before. And yet you say it's descended from a proud tribe of Ronka.
Most assuredly so, for I did foresee his coming in a vision granted to me by none other than the great serpent himself.
Scree. We have a stylish serpent. Scree.
Look, Father. There are two of them.
Kieran, here.
Like you what? I fear you must be mistaken. But this is understandable. After all, my people have lived in hiding for generations. Few, if any, of those of the outside are familiar with our kind. Alas, how far our noble tribe has fallen.
A most auspicious encounter this is, for a friend of the Great Serpent is a friend of ours, yes? Pray, my good sir, do enlighten us to the name of your most ancient and vulnerable tribe, or venerable, or whatever.
We are the Kitari. You call us an ancient and venerable tribe, and I cannot deny that we are very much that.
Kitari? That's a name I've heard from my elders. Yet I was told the last Kitari vanished 100 years ago. Those of us born after the flood have paid the stories much heed. They never paid the story much heed. But you say we truly stand before Kitari in the flesh? However it may be, it is clear the ally of Runk and his friends mean us no harm. Put down our arms. No, let us put down our arms. That's quite a elaborate way to put up a spear. It's spinning a lot more than it should, probably. Ah!
Father and I have come in search of a great artifact of our past. Artifact. Great stones buried deep in a cave by his father's fathers. And how many fathers were there again, Father? Scree! Katara, have you forgotten your manners? It would be untoward not to introduce ourselves to our honored new friends. I am Katarl Natal of Katara, and this is my foolish child, Katurl Carl. You do forgive us our impropriety. Yes, do forgive us our impropriety. For nigh on a century, our tribe has made its home in the shadow of the light, deep in the forests of the far side of Katarl Gravel, by the rushing waters of Raktika Falls. We did not hide in the darkness. Well, not always. This place now stands as once our home. Then came that fateful day when the skies were flooded with light. Facing certain doom, our forebears fled the forests, but not before a band of the bravest gave their lives to store away our greatest treasures for safekeeping, with the hope that one day their children's children might unearth them anew. These are the artifacts which my son spoke, the Katarli Stele, mighty stone monoliths engraved with the acclimated knowledge of our people in its entirety.
Breathing so fast.
Of course, it's precisely as I saw in my visions, the great serpent bestowed upon me, a proud and ancient tribe of scribes and scholars, the stewards of knowledge of the ancient Ronka.
Oh, you're most insightful, my friend. Indeed, we were once known as the Stewards of Note, a title that fittingly describes both our duties as keepers of written knowledge and the surpassing aptitude for which we pursued the task. Our ancestors served proudly as scribes and scriveners for many a generation of Ronkan emperors. It's a role that came quite naturally to our people, for you see, we are not blessed with longer lifespans of your kind. Thus, from our earliest days, we have been most meticulous about recording the happenings and learnings of our lives in precious and painstaking detail. The Katari Stele, or more specifically the carvings and etchings that grace their surfaces, represent a summation of all the knowledge and wisdom we have acquired over the years. They represent, one might say, the collective memory of our people, passed down through the ages from generation to generation. Long have we dreamed of returning here to search for the stones and reclaiming our legacy, and yet nasty sin eaters and worse stood in our path, making the journey far too perilous for even attempting. Then one day, the skies turned dark. I trembled in terror, but next thing I know, the great serpent was hopping and squirming beside me. He told me that there was a path through the ravel that had been cleared, and we were free to go home at last. Scream! Precisely. And so it was my boy and I received the blessings of our fellow Katal, and became the first of our kind in generations to return to this part of the Great Wood. Unfortunately, we were immediately set upon by all sorts of nasty creatures, forcing us to retreat and ponder our next course of action.
whereupon we came upon you and threatened you with spear point. Pray forgive us, allies of Ronka. We knew not who you were, nor all that you suffered to arrive here. You intend to remain here in the Great Wood and search for these stelae of yours? Worry not. We shall tell all Inferno of you, and that you are friends, and not to be harmed. And with that we must be on our way. Go in peace. Dear me, that was a close one, wasn't it? It was all but certain Jakarl and I were going to end up skewered. Were it up to me, I would have left the boy behind for his safety. But he were ever a curious one, and would hear nothing of it. I'm not a child anymore, Father. I'm one of the 3 summoners. That's the wrong voices entirely.
I'm not a child anymore, Father. I am all of 3 summers.
3? When I was but 3, I could barely walk straight.
Oh, I do not doubt that is so good, sir. But I do not doubt that is so good, sir. But for our people, the oldest of whom would be lucky to see 20 summers. Churl here is almost a Kitari grown. But enough about us. If I might change the subject, you know your way around the Great Wood, yes? I have reason to believe that our forefathers buried a stele in a cavern that extends deep into the mountains near the Oxdalen Gap. Perhaps you might be willing to.
Scree, scree! Scree, scree, scree!
Come, Father, we must follow him.
But of course, it all makes sense now. It is the Great Serpent who guided you here to us, and now, together, we must heed its clarion call. Say no more, great stewards of Ronka. It would be our honor to assist you in your noble cause.
That is most kind of you, good sir. In that case, pray allow me to oblige. Let us follow where the Great One leads.
And off we go.
So we finally returned to this place after 100 years. But what awaits us here? The mere prospect stirs my heart and makes me tremble in anticipation.
Interesting, because like I looked at this place and I was like, oh, I guess something's going to happen there later. This is going to happen there later.
Father, could this be the place? Let us see now. The marker of the cave's entrance appears to be an ancient Runken ward. This is promising, and yet problematic. Do allow me to explain. We Qatari worship Oxdalen, god of the dead in the world below. Our forebears no doubt believed that if they sealed away the stelae deep within the bowels of the land, Dalen himself would watch over them and keep them safe until the day their descendants returned.
Most fascinating. Your knowledge of Ronkan traditions is impressive indeed. However, do you manage to know so much despite your chronicles of history being lost to you for so long?
Many ruins can be found near Raktika Falls, where the wood would have called home since the flood. We have made an effort to explore and excavate them as best we could, that our Ronkan roots may not easily be forgotten.
A most admirable goal, and one near and dear to my own heart as well, for you see, I'm the one of the Knights Blessed who traveled these parts after the flood, and I too have a deep personal interest in the beliefs and traditions of the ancient civilization that once flourished here. In fact, I have done extensive research looking into my own ancestors, and was pleased to discover I can trace my lineage back to none other than the great sage Dwaddle himself. And Peter here is a true ally of Ronka. Why, as the V's tell it, his coming was foretold by the last emperor himself.
The descendants of Ronka and her allies reunited across the years. Oh, joyous day. This meeting must truly be a gift from the Great Serpent.
I can vouch for Peter here. He's the very man who drove the Light Warden from these lands. As for the descendant of the great sage, what's his name? I suggest you let the last half of his ramblings go in one ear and out the other.
Could it truly be? But yes, our hero stands before us. We watched your battle with the Ravelin from the shadows. The moment you struck down that beast of light, we knew that our age A new age was nigh. Oh, never have I seen such gallantly and valor.
Well, thanks.
I saw the battle too. Never have I seen such gallantry and valor. At any rate, my good sirs, I'm keen to begin the excavation, but I fear it won't be so simple. The warding seal here bars our entrance, and we'll have to find a way to break it if we hope to proceed. If what I've gleaned from my research is correct, it'll require an object of immense arcane power, a relic that'll speak to the seal and convey that Qitari have returned to claim what is ours, an object imbued with the mystical energies of the forest itself. Yes, an object with the glow of the Greatwood, as you always say, Father. I shall find it for you. Your enthusiasm is admirable, Carl, but let us not get ahead of ourselves. This is a perilous place, and I have no intention of seeing you get snatched up by some terrible beast.
Oh.
And so I turned to the hero of Ravel and the son of Dwaddle. My good sirs, might you know of someone who could aid us in our search?
You can trust me. I'm a botanist. I'll use my phenomenal botany powers for you.
Oh, lucky day. Clearly you're not merely a hero on the battlefield, but a man of many talents indeed. We would be ever so indebted to you if you could impose upon you just this once. Yes, we've been most indebted, my good madam. Or is it sir? Well, Father, I can never tell which is which.
It's okay. All you'll ever hear around here are girls. You're forgiven.
Enough prattling, Cradle. And so we must find a way to open this portal at once, that we might summon our fellow stewards here and begin searching for this delay in earnest. Oh, Ali of Ranka, Kotal Natal of the Qitari bows down and beseeches you. Will you lend us your aid and help my people reclaim their long-lost legacy? I promise you the debt will not go unpaid. I realize I ask much of you, and so soon after we met. Needless to say, pray take as much time as you require to consider our offer. Should you be inclined to offer your strength and wisdom to us, just say the word.
Hey, Corell. What's up, Corythius?
I'm happy to greet you again, my good sir. What say you? Have you given any thought to my entreaty?
Ally of Ronka stands with you.
Powerfully spoken, Peter. Truly this shall mark a new dawn in the annals of Ronkan history. As the great sage is my witness, I say, let the Qitaral rise to glory anew. You're truly in your debt, Ally of Ronka. I entrusted the vital task of finding an object with the glow of Greatwood to you. As for where to begin your search, leave it to me, my long-lost snouted friend.
Leave that to me, my long-snouted friend. Did you mayhap notice that the serpent your dear Kotal brought you along has a rather distinctive pattern of scales in its most exquisite body? I have reason to believe this pattern will indeed lead us to what you seek.
Scream! Hark at the serpent's cry. And know that the points of light that glow amidst the stripes represent these precise spots where the aether flows to the Greatwood in the most densely concentration. Behold, here in the northwestern reaches of the blind forest of Himaha, conveniently marked by the slimy little scar, we can see where the doubtless...
Behold, in this northwest reaches of the blind forest of Himaha, conveniently marked by this slimy little scar, we can see that it's doubtless a convergence of sorts. If anywhere, it will be there that we find the specimen of sufficient power to breach the seal.
Oh, if the son of Dwaddle says so, then surely it behoove us to pay heed. They will return to the relic. Pray, let Qitari see it at once. I would have my boy gain first-hand knowledge of the wisdom of the forefathers.
All right. So, I'm off. I'm gonna go do thingies.
So my stream's going to end here probably about 8 minutes, and at that point I'll eat, and afterwards, Corypheus, if you want to go do missions and whatnot, I will have some that we can get done. Nearly done with the stream. Thank you much. Oh, that wasn't what I needed to do. Huh, it was this other mission. Oh well. You have the core. Here's a core. Yes, this is perfect. As I said before, we lack the knowledge to build the Sentinels, and this is perhaps the most difficult piece to replicate. So long as their cores can be retrieved, we can prolong the life of those we yet have. Taken care of. Awesome. So, you can be in my party if you'd like. I head down south over here. So we've got about 6 minutes left. Okay. I'm gonna grab some lush vegetables. Do some roulettes. Very good. That'll work. Yeah, when I come back, I'll probably do roulettes and Beast Tribe quests, and that'll be most of what I get done today, I think. At some point, I think my friend Noel will show up, and we'll do stuff for his character. Oh. I guessed wrong. It's down, not up. What else am I going to do? So which one's not to do? There we go. So level 50, 60, 70, 80, dungeons, leveling, trials, main scenario, guild tests, alliance raids, normal raids. That's probably what I'll do off stream. Which I can do with you if you like. You've returned. I can put which ones. I put the list on my Discord. Again, I got about 4 minutes here before I get off stream, so I'll do that after I'm off.
Oh, you've returned. What is this? Is something glowing in your person?
Yep, here's some ancient amber.
Why, it's beautiful. Oh, thank you, sir, madam. It wasn't madam, sir. Well, now Father says I need to simply point it at the door, and...
Okay, it just leaves the ones you don't have that I'll do while you're gone. It works. They're doing the best they can.
Yeah, they...
Mm-hmm. We know this is really important to you. We just don't know how to do it. Right.
My word, it opens. Oh, splendid, splendiferous. Splendid, splendiferous indeed. Look, Father, the seal is broken. It has, Charles, it has. And with that, after 100 years, we stand on the verge of reclaiming our legacy.
Huzzah. Scree, scree.
But our task has only begun. There will be digging, yes, much digging, and delving. We must relay the triumphant tidings to our tribesmen, and summon them here to assist in the excavation. Yes, from this day the stewards will not rest until a new page in the annals of Qitari history has been writ. Do not worry, Father. I'll work as hard as any steward to reclaim our Lesagi. And Sir Madam Pieter, you'll help us in our quest, yes?
But of course. Huzzah. Alright, the Kikuran tribe. All set up. Sealed tight for a century, the door of the ancient cave now lies open, and the Qitari excavation effort can begin in earnest.
Good Pieter, you must meet my mother. My mother has been running the camp and seeing that everything is in order. Isn't that right, Mother? Yes? My son speaks true. Reclaiming our history is more than grand discoveries of ancient artifacts. There's much to be done to ensure we can go about our daily lives in this place. And so I would call upon you for aid from time to time, if you'd not be so disinclined to help us.
Sure. Will the Stewart's excavation efforts succeed? Will the lost steel of the Qitari return to light, that young Qitaral might one day know the wisdom of his ancestors? Or are ancient secrets destined to stay forever shrouded in darkness? Only the gods know.
Scree!
Excellent. Travel quest complete. Travel quest unlocked. The steward's reputation is increased to friendly. We achieved friendly reputation with the Qitari. Qitari travel quests are now available with the Qitaral Pasal and Huppel Stubble. Furthermore, you may now purchase wares in Yakural Monol. Lahi. It's very amusing. This is Lahi music again. I approve. Okay. So it is time for me to stop streaming. I'll buy a whole lot of this stuff. I'll try not to do too much off stream, but thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a wonderful day, and I will be back. Probably, honestly, the days I can, I'll try to stream on Saturdays to get all of this side stuff out of the way, the jobs and the Beast Tribe quests, so that we can then go strictly into story. I know that soon I have a Saturday where I'll be working, and another one where I have scheduled time with friends. So this Saturday should be good. Next 2 Saturdays, I think I'll be busy. All right, so thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a wonderful day.